window closed when I pull it up. Alright, hang on. Go live on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. How's it going? Why did it say that you paid for it? Paid for fucking what? You're ghosting us. I'm leaving. I found a nice guy who uses FreeCAD. I'm sorry, Lightman McCool definitely laid down some exhaust pipe on that German broad. I'm pretty sure Sally the car isn't German. Am I crazy for that? I don't think... What kind of car are they? Welcome in, YouTube, by the way. Sorry, you're missing some context here, but don't worry about it. You're late. Sorry, I was playing the Disney Hurdle on cooldown. It said 4 something currency. The Disney Hurdle, it said 4 something currency. What? She's a Porsche? Oh. I didn't pay for the Disney Hurdle, if that's what you're wondering.
Hey, fuck you, YouTube. Get fucked, YouTube. Eat. Shit, YouTube.
More Cars discourse.
Also, Sally from Cars definitely isn't a Porsche.
She had a back tattoo? Yeah, it's odd that they had that in the movie. Cars lore hurts my brain. Don't get me started on Cars again. Why the fuck is there an emote now? Why did you add an emote for the default cube? Also, why do you guys want me to use FreeCAD so much? I'm not going to be known as the Cars streamer. Was she an RUF then, if not a Porsche? A Porsche. We going over Cars lore today? She had a tramp stamp? Yeah, that was an essential part of the plot. That was an essential character establishment that she was a whore in a past life. I shouldn't say that. That's rude. Sorry, Sally from Cars. Google says a Porsche 911? Really? Cars lore VOD.
Don't listen to them babes. Using Blender is the only way you can achieve ultimate peace of mind.
Alright, you know what? You know what? Slab, you gotta be the Cars stream. Sally is a 911 Porsche. Then why did they say they weren't a Porsche? They're fighting over this. You are simply incorrect, and they linked the pixarcars.fandom.com wiki. Her name is Sally Carrera. The Cars franchise is so unserious, man. What do you mean their last name is Carr? That's actually fucking stupid.
Streamer, you should go and download FreeCAD instead of using Blender like a retarded scrub. Honestly, you need to learn to use a real CAD program
if I download FreeCAD
instead of doing this stupid shit. Close Blender, open Chrome, download FreeCAD,
right, YouTube,
and get real streamer. You absolute strublord shitty fuck.
Hang on, YouTube. You guys don't have you guys don't have the context for this. They have been spamming this fucking thing since the beginning of stream an hour ago. Why is FreeCAD actually good, or is it shit and you're just trying to convince me to use shitty tools? They gotta be so confused. They gotta be. This don't make no sense. Who would do that? It's actually good CAD. It's kind of shit too. Use CATIA. What is CATIA? You have to pay $2 to insult him without getting banned? You guys literally insult me constantly and don't get banned. What are you talking about? Whether or not you get banned is whether or not I find you too annoying to be around. Or if you just, you know, break a rule. GIMP user worries that software might be shit. I'm actually, you guys are all, use FOSS, it's the true way of the future, you know, all these stupid companies. Then I'm actually, like, practicing what I preach and using the software that you guys are telling me to. I'm actually out here using the free open source versions of the software, and then you guys are like, how the hell can you keep up with this, man? We just meant steal the paid stuff.
Hi, chat. It's me, Sally from Cars.
Sally from Cars doesn't sound like that.
I am a 2000 Porsche 911 Carrera, and yes, I am aware. Meet me in the Discord for some tailpipe.
Don't fucking say that. Slabs rules, don't break the rule. Is this Blender? Yeah, this is Blender. That's what I do my CAD work in. And they've been giving me shit all day about it. And yes, I am aware. Use this. Tomato, did you add the FreeCAD fucking icon to the chat? You picked the wrong open source software? You know what? You know what? I was gonna start modeling away. The plan for today's stream was to model some stuff for a project next week in Blender. But now what I'm thinking? You know what I'm thinking now? I'm thinking maybe we pivot a little bit. Maybe we do a little bit of pivoting. Your own 3D parametric modeler. Download now. Yeah, give me the Windows installer. Don't give me the fucking source code. Alright, hang on a second. Cover me up here. Make a hamster in Blender? Make a hamster in Blender. Hang on one second.
I'm a strong, independent black woman, and I will use whatever fucking software I like. And speaking of pivoting, your mom sure did pivot.
Dog, that sucked. That actually sucked shit. Hang on one second. Do. Why is my mouse like being horrible to respond? Someone said make a hamster. I'm trying to make a little hamster creature. What does a hamster look like anyway? Kind of like this, hopefully. Wow, look how wonderful he looks. Doesn't he look realistic? Wow, doesn't he look great? Guys, look at him. Wait.
Don't talk to me about my
he's fucked
joke
up.
sucking shit. Speaking of sucking, last night, your mom.
FreeCAD has built-in Blender integration, so your transition should be very easy.
Wait, what? Really? Wait, does it actually? Hang on, I'm doing very important work right now. I'm doing very important work right now. Now look, it looks rough right now, but when you see it in a second, you're gonna realize what it all came down to. Alright, right? Now, get ready. Boom. Dude, it looks just like a rodent. Guys, no, this absolutely looks exactly like a hamster. I don't know why any of you think this is not hamster-like. Hang on, I forgot the ears. You know, this looks way, way more like a capybara, now that I'm looking at it. Something about the boxiness of the head. Why is this line so hard to find?
Guy underscore 69 underscore slabs offspring.
Oh wait. I'm realizing now why. It's because there's another. It's because yeah. I accidentally double layered this somehow. Wow, that looks really good. Doesn't he look great?
I can't play Second Life anymore because we were in a furry sex club one time and someone showed up with this tiny little rat avatar. It was only like 2 inches off the ground and they didn't say a single word once.
What? Do hamsters have tails? I guess this one kind of does. Why is his head like a penis tip? I think you need to get your shit checked out, brother. If that's what you're seeing. Anyway. Hamster. Weird looking PC case you got there. The motherboard goes right here. And the power supply goes here with the plug sticking out of its ass. What is this creature? It's a hamster. New mascot? I'm gonna use this for, we can 3D print him and bring him into the real world. Hang on, let's subdivide him again. Yeah, to make him a higher mesh level. And then apply that to the mesh, so now he looks like this. Here, hang on. Export as STL. 3D prints. Hamster.stl. Print them right now? Hang on. Yeah, let's see. Let's send this guy to the printer. Pull up Bamboo Studio real fast. Bro didn't even give him hair? Dude, we're making 3D print models, not fucking, like, cinematic assets. It won't be able to print hair. Hang on a second. What do we want to print them out of? I got a few new materials I want to try out that I've never used before. A lot of stuff that Bamboo sent me because I'm going to be doing a sponsored video for them next month. So it would be pretty good if when we make this PC case, since a lot of them, I specifically got,
I miss when Ham on Rye was a mod, so I had to make her.
And I got a bunch of different stronger filaments. And that would specifically go well with this build. Whatever the softest one is. Oh, I do have TPU. PETG? I have some PETG. I have ABS, but not of that lot. Is this a sex thing? It looks kind of penisy. It literally doesn't look penisy at all. Literally, like, not even a little. What are you fucking talking about? Here, hang on a second. Let me copy him into the, 3D prints. You know, I did get some... I've never printed, what's it called? TPU before. But I got some ABS-capable TPU. So maybe that would be a good one to pull out for this guy. Here, let's make a little... Maybe lay him on his side.
Earlier today, I was really in the mood, and I saw what I thought to be a blank DDD. I thought, DDDs have a tight hole into the hole of the DDD I went. And for a few seconds as I started getting harder, it felt pretty good. But then, once I was fully erect, it started being painful.
There's no way he keeps the TPU constantly dry while printing it. That print is gonna fail.
Over and realized that it was not a blank DDD, but a copy of the Pixar movie up. Well, guys, guess I fucked up.
Oh, alright, motherfucker. Hang on, give me a second. Let me see if I got... Let me see what I got here. Let me see what I got. Here's our material types. TPU for AMS. This is a pretty firm TPU. I've got PA6GF, which I believe is a nylon. I have TPU 90A. That one's gonna be a little bit trickier. And then I've got, let's see, PLACF, and then PBA, which is the support material. So we got a few different things. I kind of want to try TPU for AMS. They got a full kilo of it. Mic check. I wasn't mic'd up. I just walked across the room and was yelling at you. Because I had to read them off the shelf. Let's try this TPU for AMS. I've never tried it before. I'm realizing that this is a spool that did not come with the spool. Luckily, I do have an extra empty spool, but I'm realizing I didn't realize that this was like that. Hang on, which printer does this work with? Because I know some of the stuff I've got, it only works with certain printers. TPU takes longer to print, but if you make this out of TPU, you can throw it for fun. That's fucking awesome. Scan the QR code to find out more about applications for this filament. Okay, this will probably take me to the product page and tell me which printer I can use it with. It's usable with one of mine. Outdoor use, mechanical parts, functional parts. Nice. Alright, give us a good rundown on what I can print with it. What can I print it on? My P1S. Or the A1. Interesting. Okay. What is it specifically? It's a very firm TPU. I got a functional part for you right here.
Print it on a 4D printer, please.
What is a 4D printer? I don't think... It's a printer that also stinks. It prints in the time dimension. Let's see, let's see.
"4D's nuts." 4D's nuts.
Congrats, 2 of you got the same fucking bit in. Alright, make your stupid joke. Here, hang on a second. Do I need to get a hardened nozzle to print nylon? I might need to. PA6 GF. Nylon 6 with glass fiber. Holy shit. Outstanding strength, durability, and dimensional stability at a more cost-effective price than other good engineering filaments. Let's see. Pros. Heat resistant, UV resistant, wear resistant, oil and grease resistant, dimensional stability. That'd probably be good for this project. Because this is going to be actually pretty strong if I had to, if I had to guess. How to optimize. Dry your filament. It is high moisture absorption rate. Okay.
Nylon should be fine with a brass nozzle, trust.
I don't think so, bro. I think it's gonna fuck my nozzle. Here, hang on. Dry your filament. Put it on the heat bed at 100 Celsius for 12 hours? Interesting. Use a hardened steel nozzle. Glass fiber will wear out the nozzle. Use a hardened steel nozzle to avoid abrasion. Oh, okay, go fuck yourself. Use an enclosed chamber to maintain a constant temperature around your print, reducing warping. Oh, yeah. Seal with desiccant. It was already sealed with desiccant. Called it? Where is this specific filament that I've got? That I just scanned in. Hang on. Where is this specific filament? Because I want to see what this one works with. Explore with PLA. This is not PLA. Did I swap the fucking... Here we go. TVU for AMS. High moisture absorption rate. Dog! How many of these have that problem? Based on the properties, it is strongly recommended considering the following tips. Dry your filament. Okay, well, it's already dry because it's in a sealed bag with desiccant. Seal with desiccant. Okay. Alright. I should be able to use this in any of these. I just bought a food dehydrator for drying filament. No, it's not. You put it in the AMD and the slicer will warn you about everything you're fucking up and hold your hand so you don't do the scary print. Alright. It is bamboo. They make it harder to fuck up, which I appreciate, because I don't want to. I'm not a fucking mechanical engineer. I'm an electrical engineer. I don't want to have to worry about this damn printer. Hang on, I'm getting a spool. Alright, hang on. There we go. How about the old one? Let's bust this guy out. I will say I've had to dry bamboo filament before use. I've gotten bad batches. We'll see, we'll see. Hopefully I don't have to dry this one, because I want to just pop it on and see how we run. That said, how do I even know that until I pop it on there? Like, is there a way to tell? I guess I'll just wing it and go. We're testing some new shit today, you know. Please do not remove before assembly. Oh, wait, it has a little replacement sticker. Ain't that handy? I've never bought the reusable spool ones before, where you put it on an existing spool you have. But it's quite handy. Okay, I can see why they don't want you to... I can see why they don't want you... There we go. Why does this one not want to go together? Sucks when they come pre-tangled. I have never, from any brand, and maybe this is a big knock on wood, but not from any brand have I ever had clogged from the factory. I've never had that happen. How fucking hard do I have to press down on it to get it? Why is it not wanting to snap in place? It feels like it should be able, but it's not wanting to. Hang on a second. It feels like that old meme where he's in the middle of the road and the truck is coming, but he has headphones in so he can't hear us. Wait, hang on. What's wrong? It's a screw, don't snap it. It's not, okay, but like, I'm, okay. Wait. I fit it together. Like that, and then I lock it together, right? What is keeping it? There's something on here that's keeping it from pressing together. Oh, wait. That's it. Oh, wait. It's this notch. I had to line it up with that, with the notch on the replacement spool. I see. Oh, there we go. Now it goes together. I see. Oh, and then you peel off PLA Basic. I see. There's a keying notch. Slab, you're gonna break it. Ah, there's a notch. There's a keying notch. Hey, that's slick. Hey! Red? Oh my gosh! We're throwing this out! You know what? Well, maybe we're not throwing it out. If you want to try to climb to it, be my fucking guest. It is literally only gaining for me. But I forgot that was here. Because I haven't cleaned up from yesterday, because I'm gonna be real, I didn't expect to have to turn on my desk cam today. Alright. Cheater, he put it further? If you so want, I ain't gonna stop you. But I think it's a fruitless endeavor. And probably not a good use of your money. Here, let's see if they made this thing proper or not. I'm gonna get this thing on the printer. Let's get her on the printer. What happens if she's too waterlogged? Slotting in. Is there something in this tube already? Hang on. Am I missing something? Am I missing something? There we go. Alright. You'll never reach the truth. What do you fucking mean? It's gonna clog? It's not gonna clog. Thank you for the bits, by the way. Thank you for the bits, Shamu and Frank Ned. Hang on. Slice for the A1. For the material,
Streamer, are you an
TPU
idiot? Why are
for
you using
AMS?
bamboo slicer? It's so dog shit. You should be using orca slicer. It's 10,000 times
No, it
better.
is actually
Streamer,
not. What are you
absolute
fucking talking
donkey
about?
brained chimpanzee.
Yeah, bro, I'm sure it's totally that much better. This thing says it'll take 41 minutes to print. I use a total of 8.5 grams of filament. Alright, excellent. That is not a very big little guy. TPU for AMS. Send it. Let's see how this turns. Let's see how this one turns out. Whoa, when will you learn that by doing the asterisks, it gets your message auto-deleted? Oh, there it goes. Did you hear that? It did his little dance. It did his little dance. Maybe users should have used a better software streamer. Jar Jar, you gotta You gotta cut it out. Stop saying clog incoming. Alright, guys. It's time to do what you've been begging me to do for a long time. It's time to boot up FreeCAD. Copy configuration. Configuration data and add-ons from a previous program version were found. No, use a new one, because I don't remember ever using FreeCAD. FreeCAD Light or FreeCAD Dark? I'm going dark mode. Nothing's gonna dox me in FreeCAD, right? It's not gonna be like, hello, first
Streamer,
name,
you
last
should
name.
go and download FreeCAD instead of using Blender like a retarded scrub. Honestly,
Look, you gotta
to
get
use
the
a new CAD program live on stream instead of doing this stupid shit. Close Blender, open Chrome, download FreeCAD.
Alright, you're now formally
you
not allowed to
scrub
say
lord
shit
in your
anymore.
fuck.
You're now formally not allowed to say shit anymore. I got FreeCAD open right now. Call that shit the FreeCAD. Computer uptime longer than living memory? Why would your PC know your name? I don't know, but I remember I opened some program where it had my name in it. It's always a toss-up whether it's gonna use one of my many fake names or my actual one, depending on where it's stealing my data from. Because there's the one fake name that you guys know. Then there's the other fake name that I've used for years, but I don't use it on stream because you might still be able to find out, like, who I am from it. And then there's, you know, like, the couple other ones that are scattered throughout. I want to know where my PC found my documents. Fusion doxes your ass? Yeah, it does. Because you have to make a login for it. Here's a tutorial for you. Thanks, bro. If this plays fart noises or something, I'm going to be pissed. FreeCAD from 0 to hero.
Would it be easier to describe the object in a hand-typed wavefront?
Alright, wait, hang on. Do you guys... How do I do this for you guys to see? How do you guys see me following the tutorial? Also, can I rename this stream to Fuck It, We're Learning FreeCAD? Yeah, hang on. Fuck it, I'm learning FreeCAD. No more CAD in Blender. I can't say fuck in the title, but this is close enough. Use Scather to download it and VLC source. That is quite literally the worst possible way to do it, unfortunately. I understand what you're trying to do there. Unfortunately, that is like a horrible way to do it. Alright, hang on. Duplicate. Because I want the ability to, I want to be able to pause and stop and everything in a way that the OBS capture doesn't really. Make new application software. Make new application capture called Tiny Chrome. Yeah, here we go. Hang on. That's quite the opposite of Tiny Chrome, in fact. That's like fucking gargantuan Chrome. Not full screen. No. But like, hang on.
Oh yeah, it's FreeCAD time, baby. Time to suckle at the rest of Tony Foss.
Here, let's do this. Is this good enough? Is this enough that I can actually see it? Yeah, hang on. There we go. And then throw this in the corner. Maybe like here. And then... There we go. There we go. There we go. Looks like shit. Keep it up. Alright. New to FreeCAD, start here. Ultimate beginner tutorial. 0 to hero. FreeCAD experience is what it's called.
You the best way to get started with FreeCAD. We're going to model this technical bike stem from scratch. I'm not talking about that old basic design you might have seen before.
Okay,
that was
sick.
the old way. This new version is much cleaner, more professional,
Guys, I
and way
have
easier to
finally
build.
developed a new alias. It's Tony Herbaceous.
Thanks
If
to
you
the
have
new
a problem, you can get fucked.
Okay. This count as React content?
1.1 tools. But more importantly, I'll show you how to avoid common mistakes and especially how to fix them when they happen. Let's jump into it. For this video, I'm going to assume you're starting completely from scratch,
Yes,
and I'll do my best
I
to
am.
explain everything step by step.
Yes.
However, if you ever feel lost, you can download the 3D file and all the sketches from my
I'm not
Ko-fi
gonna do
page.
that because I
It's
simply don't
completely
need
free,
it.
but if you'd like to support the channel, you can leave a donation. Thanks in advance. To start a new
totally,
project,
bro.
FreeCAD offers several options. Beyond being a fantastic modeling tool, it also allows you to handle assemblies, 2D
I was
drawings,
about
and
to
Beam for
say,
architecture.
this dude has the accent of this tech tutorial gonna fucking slap.
You can even generate
He's gonna know what
CNC
he's doing.
toolpaths for machining and perform mechanical analysis on your parts.
Guys,
but
new
what interests us
series,
here is the foundation of
new stream series. I buy material or download software and then learn the entire thing via one YouTube tutorial on stream. It's higher tier
all
React
processes,
content.
which is modeling. For this, we are going to click on the parametric body icon to start directly in the right workbench. Since this is a tutorial to teach you how to use FreeCAD, I am not going to overwhelm you with too
All
much
right.
information. We're
Excellent.
going to do everything within
I
the
s-
part design workbench.
All right,
It's the
excellent.
most intuitive tool for creating 3D shapes. When you're just starting out, stay in this workbench.
All
it
right,
has
sweet.
everything you need. In the tree view on the left, you can see that the body has already been created. If you are coming from Fusion or SolidWorks, pay attention. In FreeCAD, the body is a container that
Stop
comes
calling it
first. It holds its
FreeCAD.
own planes and axes, and everything we build stays inside it. The simplest approach to modeling this stem is to visualize the manufacturing method.
I can tell he's
An
European
object like
because
this
he's
is
modeling a
generally
fucking
machined
bike
via
stem.
CNC. Since the machine starts with a raw
This
block
Davey
of aluminum,
504,
we'll mirror
yeah, he's
that
gonna
process
model a
by
fucking
identifying
base and
our base
slap
shape.
it.
Our first step is to create a simple solid block, which we will then refine to reveal the final part. From this view, we can see that the object is symmetrical. This is something you must take into account when modeling, as it can save you a significant amount of time.
Okay.
Always try to determine if your part has symmetries before you start creating it. So, if you've been following along, we're going to create the
have.
primitive shape, which will look like this.
Alright.
I've set the final shape of the stem to transparent, so you can see that this is indeed our starting primitive.
Oh,
To
we're
start the
gonna do like a
modeling
mirror
process,
thing,
we
okay.
are going to create a sketch. A sketch is a 2D element that allows us to create a 3D shape. Make sure you are inside the body.
Rosie,
It should
I'm gonna. You're on thin fucking ice.
be
With these
highlighted in the
comments,
tree view.
dog.
Then click on the sketch icon in the toolbar. Since this is our first sketch and we haven't created any faces yet, we need to choose a base plane. The planes are named after the axes that form them. Here we want to create a sketch that will be the side view
Wait.
of the stem, so the
I
most logical choice
misdid it.
is the XZ plane. When you select a plane, the 3D view
Wait,
automatically
get rid of
aligns
this.
itself to be perpendicular,
Uh-oh.
making
Wait,
it
he's
feel
already
just
getting
like your
ahead.
draw.
Wait, what did he do? Hey, oh, wait. Somehow I... Get rid of him. No, fuck.
What are we naming the hamster?
No,
I would
wait,
say
fuck.
Tony, but
no,
that
wait,
joke has
fuck.
been
I got
sent
rid
into
of... Hang on, wait.
oblivion.
Windows? Hey, oh, wait. I already fucked it up. Choose open window? No. Where'd that toolbar go? Already lost? Y'all, fuck it. We gotta start over. We gotta start over. This card changes. Restart FreeCAD. Nope, not that, not that, not that, not that. Nope, don't do anything. Don't you fucking dare. FreeCAD. What? That's literally... The word free isn't even in that fucking...
He's lost already. He's gonna crash out and go back to Blender like a bitch.
I'm not going back to Blender. We're FreeCADing. We're getting our FreeCAD on. This is not the... This is FreeCAD 0.21. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this, dog? No, open 1.1. The last time I used FreeCAD was 0.2? No wonder I hated it. You wanna hang out? I'm sorry? Dude, the window isn't there anymore! I reopened it and redid it and it's gone! Dude, how do I bring that back? How do I fucking bring that back? Oh, it's in view? Hang on. Toolbars? Panels? Selection view? Wait, that's not it. View, panels? Model? That's it! That's it. Okay, it's model. Model! We can't read your menus? Yeah, how do I make the UI bigger? Hang on a second. Preferences? General? Extra large. Haha, there we go. I feel like I should be wearing my glasses when I'm looking at this. Ooh, that does make it way clearer. Hang on, hang on. Yeah, there we go. Damn, when I wear my glasses... I never wear my glasses at the computer. I only wear them when I drive. But, it do be making everything look more clear. I don't have to make it as big. Context menus aren't getting captured. Suck my cock and balls on that one. I can't do anything about it. Sorry. Sorry, that's just how it is. That's how it'll be on this fucking bitch of an earth. It never did on Blender either. Here, hang on. I resized this window, so now it's, Alright, let's see what we got. Motherfucker put... Wait, what? Motherfucker put the big bad link and got obliterated from space? Did someone post a link in chat? It does get your message deleted, I'm not gonna lie. For sketch? Alright.
We are going to create a sketch. A sketch is a 2D element that allows us to create a 3D shape.
Alright.
Make sure you are inside the body. It should be highlighted in the tree view.
Yeah.
Then click on the sketch icon in the toolbar.
Oh.
Since this is our first sketch and we haven't created any faces yet, we need to choose a base plane. The planes are named after the axes that form them. Here we want to create a sketch that will be the side view of the stem. So the most logical choice is the XZ plane.
Yeah.
When you select a plane, the 3D view automatically aligns itself to be perpendicular, making it feel just like you're drawing on a sheet of paper. To control the view and move around, it's important to know the shortcuts. If you chose the Revit style, zooming in and out is done with the mouse wheel. Pane, which is flat movement, is done by clicking and holding the mouse wheel, and rotating the view is done by holding Shift while clicking the mouse wheel. To realign the view so it's perfectly perpendicular, you can click on the front face of the navigation cube or use the Align View to sketch icon. If you want to change your navigation style or explore the different options, you can go to the Edit menu, then Preferences. Under Display and Navigation, you will find mouse selection to see all the different controls. What makes the Sketcher so powerful compared to a simple drawing is the ability to link your lines together by applying constraints. In the toolbar, the icons with white lines and red points represent the drawing tools,
There we go.
while the ones in red are the constraint tools.
Yes, very interesting.
The strategy is simple. We're going to create geometries and then constrain them. For example, we'll create a rectangle. Click on the rectangle tool in the toolbar. Near your cursor, you should see the shape you are about to create appear. At the bottom of your screen, you will find instructions for building our shape.
Oh,
For a
switch mode,
rectangle,
toggle
you need
round.
to make a first click to place the first corner. As you move your cursor, you should see boxes appear for entering the dimensions of your rectangle.
Oh.
Simply type a value, for example 100. This will lock the width, and you will then only be able to modify the height. By pressing tab, you can switch to the vertical dimension and give it a value of 100 as well.
Hang on.
To confirm the creation, just left click. Near the lines of your rectangle, you should see red symbols appearing. These red symbols represent the constraints that were automatically applied by the software.
Okay.
Since we asked to
Dude,
create
we're
a
learning.
rectangle, it automatically added vertical and horizontal constraints, which maintain the
What is
perfect
this?
shape of
What's
the
this?
rectangle.
That's-
Near your
that's what
cursor,
it says.
you should still see the rectangle symbol, which allows you to continue creating more rectangles.
Yes.
If you want to stop using the rectangle tool, simply press Escape or right-click. By
There's only
left-clicking
one
and
link that
dragging
doesn't get
a
deleted
corner
from
of
chat,
your
and
rectangle,
that's
you'll notice that you can move it around
Hulu.com,
freely, which isn't necessarily a good thing.
where you can get
You absolutely
10%
must
off your
lock your
order of
drawings so
gamer
they
AIs
don't
today.
move, as this can
yes.
lead to reconstruction errors, and believe me, that's the last thing you want.
Oh, yes, I do.
In
not
our
like
sketch,
construction
the only
errors.
3 fixed things are the origin point and the green and red axis. The simplest way to constrain this is to take one corner and lock it onto the origin. To do this, we're going to select the coincident constraint tool, then select the origin point and one corner of our square. This will automatically move our geometry and it will turn green. This means it is fully constrained, and
Dude,
that
it's
is
fucking
exactly what we
green.
want. Just like with the rectangle tool, to stop using the coincidence constraint, you must right-click or press
Okay,
Escape.
okay.
Now let's
I'm
get down to
learning.
business. Our goal here is to recreate this sketch. It's another rectangle, but this time it's positioned differently. This sketch will be used to create the base shape of our stem. What's interesting to understand is why it's positioned this way relative to the axis. I'll show you the final stem in transparency so you can see.
Okay,
The answer is simple. I want the green axis to correspond to the location of the stem hole that joins with the fork. Later, I want to be able to easily modify the length of the stem, the value of 66, which will make it
This is
much
making me
easier to
sleepy.
create a variable. Plus, the red axis corresponds to the center
This is-
of the stem. When I place the handlebar hole, I'll be sure to always be right in the middle.
People hate Blender because I'm too good at using it as CAD software. I think is the real long and short of it. It's very like non-adjustable. Like if I need to change anything about the final product, a lot of times I can't do it in Blender. I can also easily modify the length of my stem.
We're going to start by
Oh my
deleting the
God.
previous square. We'll perform a box selection by holding down the left click and dragging. Our square will turn blue, and then we'll press the delete key to remove it. Then we're going to grab the rectangle tool again. We'll start the drawing in the upper left corner and extend the second point to the lower right corner. We're going to draw it freestyle without entering any specific values for now. As explained before, we're going to constrain the rectangle on either side of the green axis to make it easy to access later when creating a variable.
Okay.
To set a value relative to the green axis, we'll use what is arguably the most important constraint tool,
Oh, excellent.
the dimension tool. This will allow us to define a specific distance between the far right point and the green axis. Select the tool, and by
bet I
clicking
can
on the
figure
far
out
right
how this
point,
works.
it will automatically generate a horizontal distance between the green axis and that point. Make another left click to place the
yeah.
dimension, and a window will open where you can enter a value. Here we're going to enter 66 millimeters.
Okay.
Then you can click OK or simply press Enter to confirm the dimension. One of the new features in FreeCAD is the automatic scaling of the sketch after the first dimension. Since we drew our rectangle randomly, applying that 66 value automatically resized all the other lines to maintain the scale relative to that number.
Yes, I am
It's pretty
learning.
amazing, and honestly, it's something.
Yes, Mika VT, I am learning an actual CAD software. These guys help us win World War II, guys. What, the French? Yeah, true. True. Why not SolidWorks free one or Fusion? Because I don't qualify for it. No, just say you're using it for personal use. You don't know what they do. And, like, I don't know how to explain it to you if you don't. I am unfortunately a business because I'm doing this for stream. So it is commercial use and I would need a license. What about Paint 3D? For fucking this?
Fusion users don't even have. Now we're going to set a dimension for the left point. This time, instead of just selecting the point, we'll select the origin point and then the left point. Move your mouse upwards to get the horizontal dimension. Otherwise you might end up with a relative or aligned dimension. It's a different workflow, but it's a very interesting one to know.
Sure.
Then we can give this segment a value of 32 millimeters. Now we need to set a vertical value for the left segment. So we'll select the 2 points and give them a dimension of 50 millimeters.
Legally.
An even simpler method, if you prefer, is to click directly on the segment itself. This will automatically create the dimension without you having to select the individual points. Now if you grab the top corner and try to move the geometry, you'll see that it's well constrained horizontally but not vertically. If you remember what I said earlier, we want the red axis to be at the center of the stem, meaning it needs to be an axis of symmetry. To do this, we're going to use the symmetry constraint tool. To make 2 points symmetrical
like
relative to an axis, you can select the first point, then the axis, and finally the second point. Or you can just as easily select both points first and then the axis. In this case, the tool is quite forgiving. And here's where the drama begins. Your sketch turns orange, which means there's a problem. But don't worry, this is typical behavior because a crucial option isn't checked by default. By applying a symmetry constraint, it conflicts with the vertical constraint that was automatically created when we drew the rectangle. FreeCAD considers this redundant, because the symmetry between those 2 points already implies a vertical alignment. FreeCAD can handle this automatically. To prevent this issue from happening again, go to the Constraints menu, click the small arrow next to the wrench icon and check the box Auto Remove Redundant Constraints. Unfortunately, it won't fix the current one retroactively, but it will for everything you draw from now on. To fix it here, click on the number in parentheses next to Redundant Constraints in the task panel. This will highlight the problematic constraint. Then just hit Delete to unlock the sketch. Don't worry, now that the box is checked, you won't see this problem again. Our sketch is now fully green and defined according to our goals, making it easy to parameterize later on. We can click close to exit the sketch.
Why did it, when I clicked it, it deleted it? Am I crazy? Overconstrained. And then if I click the parentheses, it goes, oh, okay, we'll just delete that constraint. Wrong tool? Click these redundant constraints. Wrong mouse button? He's got Foss mouth? Click to select these redundant constraints. Yeah, then it got rid of them. Wait, did he change his tool? Did I miss?
And check the box Auto Remove Redundant Constraint. Here's where the drama begins. Your sketch turns out quite forgiving, or you can just as easily select both point tool. To make 2 points symmetrical relative to an axis, you can select the first point, then the axis, and finally the second point. Or you can just as easily select both points first and then the axis. In this case, the tool is quite forgiving.
I do not have G and U.
And here's where the drama begins. Your sketch turns orange, which means there's a problem. But don't worry, this is typical behavior because a crucial option isn't checked by default.
They're
By
arguing
applying a
over
symmetry
chatter
constraint,
marks in the
it conflicts with the vertical constraint that was automatically created when we
if
drew
I
the
press
rectangle.
this, is it gonna still delete it though?
FreeCAD considers this redundant, because the symmetry between those 2 points already implies a vertical alignment. FreeCAD can handle this automatically. To prevent this issue from happening again, go to the Constraints menu, click the small arrow next to the wrench icon and check the box Auto Remove Redundant Constraints. Unfortunately, it won't fix the current one retroactively, but it will for everything you draw from now on. To fix it here, click on the number in parentheses next to Redundant Constraints in the task panel. This will highlight the problematic constraint. Then just hit delete to unlock the sketch. Don't worry, now that the box is checked, you won't see this problem again. Our sketch is now fully green and defined according to our goals, making it easy to parameterize later on. We can click close to exit the sketch. We can now create our first solid. To do this, we will perform an extrusion, which consists of adding volume to our sketch along its perpendicular plane. In FreeCAD's Part Design Workbench, this operation is called a pad. To do this, first make sure the sketch is properly selected and highlighted, then click on the pad tool. This tool can be accessed either via the task panel on the right or through the toolbar. A new menu appears in the task panel. This is where we can choose the extrusion distance. In this simple case, we just want to set a height. But remember, we're only modeling half of our stem, so we need to enter an extrusion value that represents half of the total thickness. In this case, it will be 22 millimeters. You should see the green preview update in the viewport. Once that's done, you can click OK to create the solid. Congratulations, you've just obtained your very first 3D object, and this is only the beginning. Before heading to the next step, our first solid. To do this, we will perform an extrusion, which consists of adding volume to our sketch along its perpendicular plane. In FreeCAD's Part Design Workbench, this operation is called a pad. To do this, first make sure the sketch is properly selected and highlighted, then click on the pad tool. This tool can be accessed either via the task panel on the right or through the toolbar. A new menu appears in the task panel. This is where we can choose the extrusion distance. In this simple case, we just want to set a height. But remember, we're only modeling half of our stems.
Wait, I lost it again. Bro, you can pause the video? Listen, man. All right, close out of the... Where's he getting the extrude? New part, no.
Our first solid. To do this, we will perform an extrusion, which consists of adding variation is called a pad. To do this, first make sure the sketch is properly selected and highlighted, then click on the pad tool. This tool can be accessed either via the task panel on the right or through the toolbar.
Oh, I see.
A new menu appears in the task panel. This is where we can choose the extrusion distance. In this simple case, we just want to set a height. But remember, we're only modeling half of our stems, so we need to enter an extrusion value that represents half of the total thickness. In this case, it will be 22 millimeters. You should see the green preview update in the viewport. Once that's done, you can click OK to create the solid. Congratulations, you've just obtained your very first 3D object, and this is only the beginning. Before heading to the next step, I'd like to take a moment to introduce the sponsor of today's video, PCBWay. They're simply leaders in PCB manufacturing, 3D printing, and CNC machining. You just upload your file, select the options, which are very detailed and complete, and you get an instant quote. I've tested their service several times, and the results were always perfect. Right now, you can see this bike chainring they machined for me. The quality is flawless, the tolerances
30 minutes
are
to make a
spot
box?
on, and
Okay,
all of
first
this
of
for a
all,
very
shut
low
up.
price, even for small quantities. Don't hesitate to take advantage of their offer, especially since you get a $5 coupon on your first order. They truly are the perfect partner for your prototyping needs,
I mean,
or even for
he's
mass
helping
production.
me learn the thing.
A huge
I'm not
thank
gonna...
you to PCBWay for sponsoring this video. Now we're going
And
to
I have
focus
more
on
subscribers than
material
him,
to
so
allow
it would
the
literally
handlebar
be
to pass
punching
through the
down to
front
be
part
like,
of the stem.
to be like, I'm skipping his ad read. Came back from ads to more ads. Oh, I'm just trying to be nice. I'm not used to this
screen with the full
React
stem
stream type
transparency,
shit.
so you can see exactly where we are in the modeling process.
Oh, I see. This is
going to
be
do this, we're
our...
going to use the same technique. We'll start by creating a sketch. So click on the new sketch tool in the toolbar.
Link the guy's channel. This is the video that I'm following. Here, I'll link it in both chats. Here, and then on YouTube. This is the guy this is the tutorial I'm using. Because someone linked it to me in chat, and it looks good. I was like, yeah, okay.
Alright guys, thanks for watching today's tutorial inside stream, sponsored by
No.
PCBWay.
We are not fucking sponsored by them. Don't say that. Oi. Bro was gucking the copy left. What the fuck does that mean? The UO ad stream. I've done sponsored streams. Alright, here we go.
Wow. Just like before, we want the hole to be made on the front plane, so
we
we're
want the
choosing the X
hole on
Z-plane.
the front?
I think you can see the problem coming. We're sketching on a plane that's behind the solid. We can see that the axes are hidden by the part, and if we pick the circle tool and draw it where we want, it's invisible, it's hidden behind the object. Fortunately, we have a tool that allows us to create a section view of our part so we can see our drawings. To do this, click the toggle section view tool in the menu. Now you should see the red and green axes appearing through the part. You can then go ahead and grab the circle tool and create it on the red axis. Before clicking, make sure you see the coincidence icon to ensure
Copy is the thing you read for the sponsor. I didn't know it was called that. I called it an ad read. Speaking of, I gotta write like 2 ad reads.
Another chatter brings up a good point.
This
if
weekend
you're bigger than this
for
guy, then
videos
why
that are
does he have
coming
a
out.
PCBWay sponsorship and you don't him?
I've been offered a sponsorship by 2 different PCB manufacturers, and I like both of them, but I haven't really... Like, the way I do projects is very different than the way that most tech YouTubers do projects. And, where I come up with the project, then I do it, like, within the next 7 days, and then that's it. And at the time when I was offered, I was like, I don't really have a project that I'm gonna use a custom PCB or custom CNC'd part on. So, and they only wanted to do ones where they would be directly integrated with the project. So, I didn't tell them no, but I never got back to them. Realistically, now, we're doing projects that are a little more involved, where we will make something and then, like, a couple weeks later go and do, like, the final thing. So, I actually should hit up my... Yeah, you're reminding me now. I should hit up my guy and be like, hey, we need to, you know, maybe we should hit these guys up again. Because, I actually would use them. Bro doesn't know about copyleft SMH. Chat making you money? Is it still on the table?
Clearly he's got nothing and they ignore him because he's a small-time VTuber with no real big-time sponsors.
When I was offered both of these, it was over a year ago. I had less than 100k subs. And I wasn't really taking any sponsors. And I didn't have a guy to manage the sponsors for me, which is why they didn't get back to them. Because I'm gonna be real, right now, there's a lot of ones where I would be like, oh, I was busy and didn't get around to writing emails back to, like, see if we were still on for this, etc., etc. So, helps a lot, you know? Anyway, let's do, back to the CADing. I'm giving you a little peek behind
the circle is indeed properly placed on the axis. Left-click once, then enter a diameter of 22 millimeters and press enter to confirm. To stop using the circle tool, simply right-click or press the escape key.
You got a manager? I don't have a manager, I have an agent. I have a guy that gets me, it's with a group called Fixated. And they get me sponsor deals, because they work with a bunch of YouTubers and get them deals. And then, in exchange, they take a small cut of the deal. But I get way more deals, and I get way better rates with them, so it ends up being a pretty good deal for me. Because I don't know, man, I'm not good at keeping up with this stuff.
Normally, your circle should now be constrained only to the red axis. The last step is to give it a horizontal dimension between the origin and its center. Use the dimension tool and click on the center of the circle. This will automatically give you the distance from the origin. Enter a value of 40, then press OK or enter to confirm. Our circle is now perfectly placed, and the lines have turned green, so we can exit the sketch by clicking close. To remove the material, we're going to use a pocket operation. Just like with the previous step, make sure you have Sketch 1 selected, then click on the pocket tool. You will likely see an error appear. Don't worry, that's normal. In this case, FreeCAD is trying to remove material into empty space, which triggers the error. That's why in the task menu, you need to check the reversed box so that the material removal happens on the correct side. To ensure the material is removed all the way through, we could enter a dimension greater than the thickness, so more than 22 millimeters, but that's not the correct way to do it. If you ever change the initial thickness, the cut might no longer go all the way through. That's why under the type setting, you should change it to through all. This ensures that no matter what happens, the hole will always be there. You could also choose up to face and select the outer face, which works too, but keep in mind that reconstruction errors can happen if FreeCAD forgets which face was selected. So, the safe call here is to stick with through all and click OK to confirm. We're now going to start giving the part some character and a sleeker shape by performing another material removal. Here is what we should obtain
We're
after
modeling
this
this the same way I model stuff in Blender, but it's actually... like
to achieve this, we're going to start with a sketch.
Constrained, and I
so
can
click on
change
the new
things.
sketch tool and choose the XZ plane once again. The part is hiding the sketch just like before, so click on the section view tool to see through the material. The keyboard shortcut is Q followed by S if you want to save yourself some time. Our goal here is to recreate this sketch, and the trick is to use the existing geometry as a reference. However, if you pick the line tool, for example, and try to snap it to the edges of the model,
Speaking
it
of
won't
constraining
work,
things
and your
last
lines
night,
won't...
your mother used her constrainer on my
Shut
wiener.
the fuck up. Whoa! Hang on! The hamster! Did you hear that? Did you hear that, bro? Did you hear that? Hang on, hang on. Do you think it actually made it right, or do you think it fucked it up? Who won? Who's next? You decide. Here, hang on a second. One second. Let's see if our little... I say it's a hamster because someone said model up a hamster, but it's more like a guinea pig, really. Whoa. He is shiny. Hang on. Hang on. Look at him. Oh my gosh. The support material's a little rough. But it did work. And I think that's the important thing. That's TPU? That is really firm TPU. Oh no, wait. No way. You can bend them around. Hang on. This isn't like stretchy TPU. This is like, but this would be good for, okay, no, you know what we should use this for? When we build our PCB, or when we build our PC case, which, since I'm spending this stream learning FreeCAD, will probably not be today, but when we make the case, we should make the corners out of this. Because it's like, it's a little bendy, but it's not like that bendy. If that makes sense. Do I have something to beat it with? Hang on. Because it probably deformed before it like snaps. It's not rigid. Yeah, look at that. He holds up real well. See, it's like, it deforms just enough. Just enough that you get that rigidity. or no, that you get that flexibility. And it flexes instead of breaks and absorbs some of the shock. Animal cruelty! Look, we've got our little fellow. Look at him. Look at him. Isn't he, any cool? No, he's tough. He's not gonna break. Stop being afraid, okay? He's not a little bitch. Why are you? Aye. Kill son with hammers? He's a toughness test. He actually likes it. Maybe you should be more open to others' opinions. Alright, hang on. We are speaking for those who can't. Hamtaro was found dead in a mad site. Don't say it's Hamtaro. It's not fucking Hamtaro.
Mount that fucking mouse thing on the hood of the Ford Edge.
Alright.
Speaking of edging.
Alright, get the fuck out of here.
Won't be coincident. If
Let's
you're
see what
coming
we
from
got
Fusion, it handles this automatically, whereas in FreeCAD, you have to manually project the edges.
Oh.
To do this, we're going to use the external geometry tool. With this tool, you can cherry pick only the edges you need, or you can project all the edges of a face at once. That's what we're going to do here, just left click on the face. You should see the projected edges appearing as solid purple lines. Be careful though, because these are drawing lines, not construction lines, meaning they will be included in future operations. Now,
Wait,
when we
what?
grab the line tool and try to draw, you'll see that the line snaps perfectly to the edges. Now we can recreate our sketch. To do this, we'll use the polyline tool, which allows you to create continuous lines.
That did not
We'll start
snap
drawing by
to the
snapping to the
edges.
right edge and moving horizontally.
Hang on, hang on. That did not, in fact. That didn't toggle to the edge at all. Yeah, I'm moving it up here so you guys can see it. He selected the wrong face. Wait, what? Did I? He selected face. He clicked the wrong area. Why is it so sensitive like that?
Sleeker shape by performing another material removal. Here is what we should obtain after this step. To achieve this, we're going to start with a sketch. So click on the new sketch tool and choose the XZ plane once again. The part is hiding the sketch just like before, so click on the section view tool to see through the material. The keyboard shortcut is Q followed by S if you want to save yourself some time. Our goal here is to recreate this sketch, and the trick is to use the existing geometry as a reference. However, if you pick the line tool, for example, and try to snap it to the edges of the model, it won't work, and your lines won't be coincident.
I mean, this should...
If you're coming from Fusion, it handles this automatically, whereas in FreeCAD, you have to manually project the edges. To do this, we're going to use the external geometry tool. With this tool, you can cherry pick only the edges you need, or you can project all the edges of a face at once. That's what we're going to do here, just left click on the face. You should see the projected edges appearing as solid purple lines. Be careful though, because these are drawing lines, not construction lines, meaning they will be included in future operations. Now, when we grab the line tool and try to draw, you'll see that the line snaps
Wait. It didn't really... Okay, hang on. Sketch. Delete sketch. Alright. New sketch tool. Put it on the same plane as the other one. Move over here. Make these visible through. External projection. That did not fucking... Oh, wait, there we go. Left click, not right click. My bad. Ah, okay. And now if you get the line tool... Oh, now if you get the line tool, now you can...
perfectly to the edges. Now we can recreate our sketch. To do this, we'll use the polyline tool, which allows you to create continuous lines. We'll start drawing by snapping to the right edge and moving horizontally.
Polyline.
You should see the horizontal constraint symbol near your cursor. Create a first point past the green axis, then continue the path up to the top edge. Next, we'll stop our line by pressing Escape or by right-clicking. Then we'll resume the drawing a bit further along by placing a point on the top edge and another one on the far right edge. Right-click or press Escape to stop using the tool, then resume the path by starting on the left edge and going down to the bottom edge. If you're wondering why I stopped the drawing each time, it's to avoid having multiple overlapping lines. This helps prevent certain errors that could cause your operations to fail later on.
I see.
Stop the path, then resume it a bit further along. Create a second point in the middle of the face, then move horizontally all the way to the far left edge, making sure you see the
I
constraint
definitely
symbol.
didn't do
Then
exactly
stop the
what he
path.
said don't do.
Right now
Definitely
our sketch is
didn't do
drawn,
that
but it's
exactly.
not yet constrained. To fix that, we're going to use several constraints. The first thing we'll do is make these two lines parallel. To do this, we'll use the parallel constraint tool and then click on both lines. We're going to do the same thing for the other two lines. Still using the same tool, simply click on the first edge and then the second one. Our goal here is to recreate a rectangular shape. Since we already have our lines parallel in pairs, we just need to use the perpendicular constraint tool and select these two edges to obtain our rectangle. Now all that's left is to add dimensions to fully constrain our sketch.
I see.
We'll start by setting a horizontal value for the first point to the right of the green axis. It's the same logic as before. I'm setting distances relative to the green axis so that it's easier to use a variable later on. So for this one, we'll enter a value of 23 millimeters. For the point below, we're going to give it a horizontal value of 28 millimeters relative to the vertical axis. Next, for the small line at the top, we're going to give it a horizontal value of 10 millimeters. We'll also set a 10 millimeter gap between the 2 points on the top edge. Now at the bottom, for the 2 points on the bottom edge, we're also going to set a horizontal gap of 10 millimeters. Now we need to take care of the 2 points on the far left. You can see they still influence the sketch quite a bit and aren't constrained yet. I want these 2 points to be symmetric relative to the red axis. You already know how to do this, as we did it just a moment ago.
Alright, hang on. Hang on. I can't type fast enough, man. I can't click these tiny things fast as this guy can. 10 millimeter, 10 millimeter. And then on this guy, boom, boom. 10 millimeter. Okay. Pause, you missed steps. No. I got it. Look. No. Yeah, this is looking good. Even though this, for some reason, is way down here. We just haven't constrained it enough. It'll all come together with constraints. There, that should get me caught up.
To do this, we'll use the symmetric constraint tool, then select the top point, the red axis, and finally the bottom point. Even now you can see the sketch isn't fully constrained yet. We still need to set the distance between these 2 points. So we'll use the dimension tool again and enter a vertical value of 32 millimeters between them. So now my sketch is complete and you can see that it contains several closed loops, which I'm pointing out here with these arrows. Keep this in mind as it's going to be very important for what comes next. With sketch 2 properly selected,
we're only 1/4 of the way in.
Operation.
Okay, but look how much we've learned.
Here we go. Disaster strikes once again. We've hit the...
Also, why are mine here? Did he do a vertical constraint here that I didn't see? Hang on, maybe I did miss one.
Down to the bottom edge. If you're wondering why I stopped the drawing each time, it's to avoid having multiple
this is not
overlapping
fully
lines.
Constrained.
This helps prevent certain. Resume it a bit to the far left. Now the first and then tool shape tool and select these two. We'll start same logic as a variable. For the 10 millimeter bottom, for the 2 points on the bottom edge, we're also going to set a horizontal gap of 10 millimeters.
Alright.
Now we need to take care of the 2 points on the far left. You can see they still influence the sketch quite a bit and aren't constrained yet. I want these 2 points to be symmetric relative to the red axis. You already know how to do this, as we select the top point, the red axis, and finally the bottom point. Even now you can see the sketch isn't fully constrained yet. We still enter a vertical value of 32 millimeters between them. So now my sketch is complete and you can see this in mind as it's going to be very important for what comes next. With sketch...
Why does mine look different? I have the same constraints as him. Am I taking crazy pills? Why is this? This does not look the same as his. You miss... What's the step? The vague poster. I'm gonna tell you missed a step, but I'm not gonna say what it is or even hint as to what it is. He said constrained then dimension? Wait. These are constrained first. The perpendicular step on the top and bottom and right. Did I... You forgot a perpendicular constraint between the two parallel lines. These two? Oh, wait. Perpendicular constraint. On the top and bottom are the right lines. Wait, what? How did I miss this twice?
But it's not yet constrained. To fix that, we're going to use several constraints. The first thing we'll do is make these two lines parallel. To do this, we'll use the parallel constraint tool and then click on both lines. We're going to do the same thing for the other two lines. Still using the same tool, simply click on the first edge and then the second one. Our goal here is to recreate a rectangular shape. Since we already have our lines parallel in pairs, we just need to use the perpendicular constraint tool and select these two edges to obtain our rectangle. Now all that's left...
Ah! Perpendicular. Wait. Should these also be perpendicular? Probably, right? Do I have to undo all... I don't know why doing these out of order would change literally anything. Is it under constrained? Like, what's the deal? What's the deal here? Did he under constrain it? I think he's just didn't constrain it as much as he could have constrained it. All right. He doesn't? I don't get why... Here's what I don't understand. Why would it matter to do it out of order? Why does the order matter with constraints? It shouldn't matter.
And here we watch the wild slab design the doohickey.
And then because that one doesn't need an extra constraint. And then a symmetric constraint here. Alright. Then a dimensional, but I can't remember what it was. 23, I think. And then here was 28. And then here was 10. And here was also 10. That still leads with this being real narrow. I mean, like there's something
left
up
is to
here.
add dimensions to fully constrain our sketch. Well, it's the same to you for the back of I want just operations complete, and you can see that it contains several closed loops.
Like, it
which I'm
doesn't
pointing out here
fucking
with
look
these
the same, man! 32? Does this fix it? Okay, I think we're looking
arrows.
about right now.
Keep this in mind as it's going to be very important for what comes next. With Sketch 2 properly selected, we're going to launch a pocket operation. And here we go, disaster strikes once again. We've hit the dreaded wire is not closed error message. To be honest, I made this mistake on purpose to show you that FreeCAD can't handle sketches with multiple contours. At least not unless you change one tiny setting that can be a real lifesaver.
Alright.
I'll show you. Press cancel to close the operation, then we'll go into the tree view and hide the pocket operation so we can see our sketch clearly. Since version 1.1, we can now generate faces within our sketches from closed profiles. The tool is still fairly new, which is probably why it isn't enabled by default. To activate it, select the sketch, then go to the Data Properties tab on the left. Look for the Make Internal line and check the box to set it to Yes. You can see that some of the internal contours of the sketch have turned blue. This has generated faces that we can now use for our pocket.
Oh.
As I mentioned, this is a new tool, so it might not always generate every single face.
When did
In this
Slab
case,
go
it didn't
Frenchie? I'm
create
watching
the
a
one in the middle,
tutorial.
but the
I'm watching a tutorial. You want me to put subtitles on? You can't read them. They're small as hell.
tool will continue to improve over time. The faces we're interested in are the ones on the periphery. We're going to select them one by one while holding down the control key. They should turn a slightly purple color once selected. Then we'll click on the pocket tool to launch the operation.
There we go.
Don't panic, we've got another error message, but this one isn't about our profiles. It's just that the pocket is trying to cut in the wrong direction where there's no material.
Oh yeah, hit that
so
reversed
we're going
again.
to check the reversed box to make sure the pocket goes the right way. Then under type, we'll set it to through all to ensure it cuts all the way through. And finally, we'll click OK to confirm the operation.
Oh baby,
Here
there we
I've
go.
shown you the easiest method to understand by combining several operations and sketches. However, I want to point out that we could have made the same part using only one sketch and a single pad operation. But that would have required creating a much more complex sketch, which can be overwhelming, especially for your very first sketch when you're starting from zero. The trick here would have been to start with the rectangle sketch and convert it into construction lines. Then you'd place the solid outlines inside so that the pad operation has both an outer and an inner profile. Internal contours are treated as exclusions, which is what creates the opening automatically. That was just a little pro tip for your future models.
I see.
Back to our model. We're going to keep improving the look of the part by creating some chamfers. A chamfer is simply breaking a sharp edge by creating a small flat angled surface to make the part less
Look,
sharp.
man, until they tell me how to round the edges, until they tell me how to make something where it auto rounds the edges, I could have made this shit in Blender way faster. When they give me that, then I'll be like, okay, maybe this is actually unique in a way that I couldn't have done it in Blender. But until I see that,
pleasing.
I'm not believing
I'll show
it.
you two different methods for this. For the first one, we'll select the back edge of the stem and then click on the chamfer tool to create it. Generally, a chamfer is a 45-degree cut, meaning it's constant on both faces, as you can see here. But we're going to create a chamfer with different distances in each direction, allowing us to achieve an angle other than 45 degrees. To do
Gotta
this,
be a
in
way
the
to
task
do it.
menu under the
There
type
isn't solid
parameter,
edge.
we're going to change equal distance to two distances. In the viewport, you'll notice that we can tweak the preview using the small arrows. As shown here, having two distances
There we
allows
go.
us to create a much more interesting shape. For the size, we'll set the first direction to 10 mm and the second to 38 mm. Then we can confirm the operation by clicking OK. The second method, which is less elegant and perhaps a bit more time-consuming, is to use a pocket
Wait, what do you want?
operation. Is less elegant, can confirm the operation by clicking OK.
10 and 30?
The second method, which is less elegant and perhaps a bit more time-consuming, is to use a pocket operation. The chamfer we want to make is the one at the top back of the stem, as shown on the screen. I'm showing you this method because it can be a lifesaver if the standard chamfer tool fails to work on more complex shapes. To do this, we'll first create a sketch by clicking the new sketch icon, and once again we'll choose the XZ plane. Just like with the previous operations, we're going to use the section view tool so we can see through the part and draw our sketch.
Do we need to...
The path will be based on the stem's contours, so we'll use the external geometry tool to project the adjacent edges
Is this
into
him
our
telling
sketch.
you how to do it a second
To avoid
way,
the
or is
famous
this some
wire
other
is not
shit?
close message, we're going to select the two projected lines and convert them into construction lines. These lines are paths that help us build our sketch, but are hidden during operations. They are there to guide us, but they don't interact with the final 3D shape.
Okay.
Next, we're going to use the polyline tool to create a closed triangle in the corner between the two construction lines. Make sure to watch for the different coincidence symbols near your cursor to ensure you're snapping correctly into the projected lines. Next, using the dimension tool, we're going to set a distance of 12 mm for the horizontal line and 3 mm for the vertical line. Our sketch is now fully constrained, so we can go ahead and exit it. We're going to remove the material using a pocket operation. To do that, click on the pocket tool, then in the task menu, just like with our previous operations, you'll need to check reversed. Set the type to through all and then confirm the creation by clicking OK. There you have it. Two ways to create.
Shit! Wait, shit! I made it on the back side. Hang on, wait. I made the chamfer on the back side. Delete the chamfer. Hang on, wait. Select chamfer. 2 distances. 10 and 38. Okay, there we go. And then sketch XZ. What was it? This. Select this. Select this. Convert these to construction lines. But I'm not really sure why you do that. Then go bup, bup. Selection tool UO. Hey, hang on.
With the final 3D shape. Next, we're going to use the polyline tool to create a closed triangle in the corner between the 2 construction lines. Make sure to watch for the different coincidence symbols near your cursor to ensure you're snapping correctly onto the projected lines. Next, using the dimension tool, we're going to set a distance of 12 mm for the horizontal line and 3 mm for the vertical line. Our sketch is now fully constrained, so we can go ahead and exit it. We're going to remove the material using a pocket operation. To do that, click on the pocket tool, then in the task menu, just like with our previous operations, you'll need to check reversed. Set the type to through all and then confirm the creation by clicking OK. There you have it, 2 ways to create a chamfer. The direct method is more elegant, but if you ever find yourself stuck with the first option, remember that you can always do it manually using the second method. Another
chamfer he made was 38, not 30, bro. Bro, it's fucking 38! That's what I made it! Close on this one, check this shit. Check this shit. 38! 17, 38. I'm like, hey, what's up, hello? Chicho pretty ass, all I do is head on with the money, I never let it go. Wait. Cancel? I meant to have sketch outline, pocket? Hang on. Verse? Wait, where is it?
Hikari.
Wait, what? 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 Then you misspoke because you said 30? Oh, good thing you're not my fucking foreman then. Shut the fuck up. Why is this geometry not okay? Even though it seems to be okay. Why is this not okay? I can tell you this, I'm gonna do it the easier way. 13 and what, 3? Okay.
Ultra important tip for any 3D project is to rename the different operations in the tree view. As you can see on the left, it's starting to fill up, and if you ever want to modify a feature later on, it can become a real nightmare to find the right one. So, using the F2 key, we're going to rename the body to stem, the pad to pad primary shape, the pocket to pocket handlebar, and the second pocket to pocket main shape. We'll name the first chamfer Big Back. Be careful not to mistype a couple of letters there, or it could get weird. As for the last pocket, let's call it chamfer small back. Again, watch your spelling, or it might end up sounding like an insult. We're also going to hit our best Control S. Even though FreeCAD is pretty straightforward and the crash recovery works well, it's always a good habit to save frequently. So give your file a very original and exotic name, something like stem, and then hit save. Now we're going to split our stem to detach the front part from the main body. This is what will allow us to remove the faceplate so we can slide the handlebars into the stem.
Streamer, you should go and download Blender instead of using FreeCAD like a retarded scrub. Honestly, you need to learn to use a real CAD program live on stream instead of doing this stupid shit. Close FreeCAD, open Chrome, download Blender, and get real streamer. You absolute strublord shitty fuck.
Dog. Shut up.
Can be tightened properly. We're going to use the same pocket technique as before. To do that, let's start by creating a new sketch, and once again we'll choose the XZ plane. We'll also enable the section view so we can see through the model. The goal here is to recreate this sketch, and as you can see we're going to use the external projection tool once again to obtain the edges of the model. With the tool we're going to select the two edges around the break, as well as the parallel edge underneath. To avoid any issues, we're then going to select these projected lines and convert them into construction lines. Now the goal is to create a segment starting from the upper breakpoint, and joining tool, we're going to select the two edges around the break, as well as the parallel edge underneath. To avoid any issues, we're then going to select these projected lines and convert them into construction lines. Now the goal is to create a segment starting from the upper breakpoint and joining the bottom edge. To do this, we'll use the line tool and place our first point exactly on the break. Make sure you see the coincidence icon before clicking, then place the second point on the bottom projected line. Now, we're going to make this line perpendicular to the bottom projected line. We can select both lines.
I think I already had it in construction zone.
Point and joining the bottom edge. To do this, we'll use the line tool and place our first point exactly on the break. Make sure you see the coincidence icon before clicking, then place the second point on the bottom projected line. Now, we're going to make this line perpendicular to the bottom projected line. We can select both lines and then apply the perpendicular constraint.
Okay, wait. Here's where I'm befuddled. Did he turn... This is dotted. This line is dotted. I don't know if you can see it. On his, it's very clearly not.
We're going to select the two edges around the break, as well as the parallel edge underneath. To avoid any issues, we're then going to select these projected lines and convert them into construction lines. Now the goal is to create a segment starting from the upper break point and joining the bottom edge. To do this, we'll use the line tool and place our first point exactly on the break. Make sure you see the coincidence icon before clicking, then place the second point on the bottom projected line. Now we're going to make this line perpendicular to the bottom projected line. We can select both lines and then apply the perpendicular constraint. This segment will serve as our symmetry axis for the split. Now we need to draw two more segments. Using the line tool, we'll
changed. See, like, this is definitely... This should be... I think that they changed how this button works or something. These are being created as construction lines somehow. I think that they changed. I think when this tutorial was made, this toggled the selected lines, but now... when you click it, it toggles the, like, what type of line you're drawing, I think. Is this video, like, brand new? Oh, 7 days ago? My apologies, it actually is brand new? There's no way. Well, wait, what? Okay, so this toggles okay. Somehow, if you click this and you're not selecting lines, then it toggles every line you make to be construction lines, which I don't want.
Create a segment to the right of the axis by snapping it to the top edge. Be careful not to snap to the midpoint of the bottom edge. There's a magnetic pull toward the center of the segment, so move far enough away to ensure you don't snap there and create an unwanted constraint. Next, draw a second segment on the other side of the axis, starting from the top horizontal edge and joining the bottom edge. Now, we're going to make these 3 segments parallel to each other. To do that, click on the Parallel Constraint tool, then select the top segment and the middle one. After that, select the middle.
Hang on, I already fucked it up.
Sure you don't snap there and create an unwanted constraint. Next, draw a second segment on the other side of the axis, starting from the top horizontal edge and joining the bottom edge. Now, we're going to make these 3 segments parallel to each other. To do that, click on the Parallel Constraint tool, then select the top segment and the middle one. After that, select the middle segment again, followed by the bottom one. And you should now have all 3 lines perfectly parallel to each other.
Nice.
Now, we're going to set the dimension for our gap. Using the Dimension tool, we'll click first on the top segment and then on the bottom one. This will allow us to set a 2 mm distance between the 2 lines. The 2 mm gap might have pushed your line to the other side of the axis. By holding down the left click, you can simply drag it back to the top where it belongs. Now, to properly lock the 2 segments, we're going to apply a symmetry constraint. Activate the Symmetry Constraint tool, then select the top point first, followed by the green axis, and finally the bottom point. Your 2 segments should now be perfectly symmetrical relative to the green axis. Now we need to convert...
Okay, I see what he's... I see why he has the line. Dot. 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 Okay. There we go. There we go.
The middle segment into a construction line so it doesn't interfere with the feature. Once that's done, we can exit the sketch. I intentionally made a mistake here to show you something that often frustrates Fusion users migrating to FreeCAD. In my tree view, if I hide the last operation, the sketch appears. You can see it's just 2 separate segments.
Wait.
Not a closed contour. If you try to run a pocket now, the operation will fail, and you'll get that dreaded wire is not closed error message. In FreeCAD, you must have at least 1 closed loop to launch a feature. So let's go back and edit our sketch. To do that, double-click on it in the tree view, and using the Polyline tool, we're going to close the contour at the top and the bottom. This will give us a properly closed contour, allowing us to run the pocket operation without any errors.
I understand.
Once that's done and everything is properly closed, we can exit the sketch and launch a pocket operation to split the part in 2. As with the other pockets, check the reversed box, then in the type drop-down choose Through All. After that you can accept the creation. Technically we just created 2 separate solids within a single body. If you get an error at this point, it's likely because an option isn't enabled. Go to the tree view, click on the stem body, and in the data properties, make sure the Allow Compound box is set to Yes. If it's not, that's why you're seeing an error. This box should normally be checked by default, but it's always good to double check if your operation isn't working.
Wait, what? Where's that at? Stem? Why not just use Blender? Don't bait me, okay? Don't fucking bait me.
Streamer, you should go and download SolidWorks instead of using
I'm not
FreeCAD
using
like a retarded
fucking
scrub. Honestly, you
SolidWorks.
need to learn to use a real CAD program live on stream instead of doing this stupid shit. Close FreeCAD, open a torrent, download SolidWorks, and get real streaming, you absolute scrubber shit, you'll fuck.
I'm gonna lose my damn mind, bro. The fuck do you mean download SolidWorks? Blender is the new CAD, man. Bro, you don't understand. It's the new CAD.
We're going to rework the front solid of the stem. Currently, if we were to mirror it, we'd end up with 1 single large body. On the final version, you can see that this part is actually composed into 2 identical solids.
No, okay.
To achieve this, we're going to perform a small push surface operation. We want this front part to have a thickness of 16 mm. If you can't remember the original thickness, you can simply select an edge across the width, and the distance will appear in the bottom right corner. Here we can see it's 22 mm, which means we need to subtract 6 mm.
You're gonna just
to do this, rotate
the
the part, select the face you want to reduce, and click on the pocket tool. I mentioned the push face, but it's...
Wait, they can do that? Select the pocket tool? Oh!
It's actually more of a material removal than a surface move. FreeCAD essentially treats the selected face as the profile for the pocket. Regardless of the terminology, all you need to do here is set the length to 6 mm and click OK to accept the operation. Instead, set the type to up to face and select the bottom surface. Right now the material is being removed all the way to that face, which isn't what we want. To have the cut stop 5 mm above it, set the offset to face to -5 mm.
I've somehow already lost. Hang on.
Now let's create our pocket. With the sketch selected, enter a fixed value. Our goal, now let's 5 mm tab. To do this, make sure the sketch is selected into start the sketch and on the construction. Easy solid.
How the fuck did he do all this, dude? I thought a second ago I was making a pocket.
Find the one causing it.
Did I skip?
Of mean sets will be here.
I had to have accidentally skipped forward or something. What is all this, man? I just did this.
We're going to rework the front solid of the stem. Currently, if we were to see that this part is small, if you can't, it will appear in tract 6 on the pocket tool. I mentioned the push face, but it's actually more of a material removal than a surface. Regardless of the terminology, all you need to do here is set the length to 6 mm and click OK to accept the operation.
I do not do
After
that.
that, if
I do not do that. I do not do that to any of my videos. There we go. Hey.
If we rotate the part slightly, we can clearly see that the front section is no longer flush with the main central face. Yeah. This means that when we perform the mirror operation, we'll end up with 3 distinct solids.
What?
Now let's work on the central opening of the stem. In addition to reducing its weight, it's what gives the design its character. At first glance, this might seem difficult to achieve, but you'll see it's actually very simple. We want the opening to start 5 mm below the top surface of the stem and end 5 mm above the bottom surface. To do this, we're going to start by drawing the cutout sketch on the top face, and then we'll offset it by 5 mm so it starts exactly where we want.
We're gaining knowledge,
First, select the top.
That's the real important thing that we're building today. We're building knowledge. By the end of this, I'm gonna have 12 Lamborghinis in my Lamborghini account.
Face, then click on the new sketch tool. In this case, clicking directly on the face launches the sketch creation on that specific surface. We don't need to go through the plane selection menu because FreeCAD assumes we've already made our choice. Our goal here is to recreate this sketch. You can see it includes an arc, a tool we haven't used until now. So let's start with this arc. To do that, select the arc tool from the menu. Your first click will define the center of the arc. Here we'll place the center on the origin, making sure the coincidence constraint appears, so we're certain it snaps perfectly to the middle. The second point will define the start of the arc. To keep things simple, we won't enter a specific value yet, just click to the left of the green axis. To complete the path, we need a third point, so again, to keep it simple, we'll place that point to the right of the green axis. To stop using the tool, right-click or press Escape. The rest of the path will rely on the edges of the part, so you should know how to do that by now. Select the external geometry tool, then select the 2 bottom edges of the solid. It's absolutely vital that these lines are set as construction geometry because, as we've seen, they can otherwise cause errors. To do this, select both lines, then click on the construction mode tool. Now we need to close the contour. To do that, we'll use the polyline tool. We'll start from the right side of the arc. When you place the first point, you'll notice the line wants to stay tangent to the center, but we want it to reach the bottom edge. To change this behavior, press the M key. This switches the mode to perpendicular, which still isn't what we want. We want it to be free as a bird, so press M one more time, and now we can easily join the projected edge. Now we need to finish the contour by following the projected edges, but I'm going to make a mistake on purpose to show you how to fix it. Here I'm drawing my line all the way to the end of the projected edge, but that's not what it's supposed to be. We're going to keep going anyway and use the dimension tool to start constraining our sketch. We'll start by giving our arc a radius of 16 mm. Next, we'll set a horizontal value of 20 mm for the bottom right point.
All right, hang on. Radius of 16 mm. Is that even the correct? I think I constrained that correctly. 16 millimeters, and then 20 on this guy. No, that's not right. What's wrong with this? What's wrong with this constraint? Okay, wait, hang on. Radius dimension. It doesn't let me... Oh, wait, there we go. 16? There we go, there we go, there we go. What is the whole point of the construction line thing? I think that it's... So instead of using the line of... That's literally on the geometry, you're creating a clone of it that isn't part of the geometry that then you can use to make your pocket. I think that's the idea. I think that's the idea, but I'm not entirely sure. And then... Alright, we'll do that. Sounds right.
Then we'll try to set a horizontal value for the left point, but as you can see, the sketch turns orange, which means there's an issue. This happened because during the drawing phase I snapped to the end point of the projected edge. This means it's already constrained. The problem here is that my path was supposed to end before that point. To fix this, I need to delete my coincidence constraint. In the constraints menu on the right, I can click through the list to find the one causing the issue. By clicking on constraint 8, I can see the problematic point highlighted in blue. This is the constraint I need to remove. With constraint 8 selected, I just press the delete key. And now when I drag my point, you can clearly see that it's no longer coincident with the end point of the projection. To fix my path, I'm first going to convert this green line into construction geometry. Then I'll select the point and the construction line and use the coincidence constraint tool so that the point snaps directly onto the line. I can now go back to the dimension tool and finish constraining the sketch. I'll start...
Mine is not 8.
We're going to keep going anyway and use the dimension tool to start constraining our sketch.
Okay.
To fix my path, I'm first going to convert this green line into construction geometry. Then I'll select the point and the construction line and use the coincidence constraint tool so that the point snaps directly.
Can I just do this? Can I just click it and then boom, that's my constraint gone? Yeah, now this is... Oh wait, hang on. And now this is free? Yeah, yeah. And now I can snap this. Wait, what? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Directly onto the line. I can now go back to the constraint geometry. To fix my path, I see that it's int 8 selected, I just press the delete key. And now when I drag my point, you can clearly see that it's no longer coincident with the end point of the projection. To fix my path, I'm first going to convert this green line into construction geometry. Then I'll select the point and the construction line and use the coincidence constraint tool so that the point snaps directly onto the line. I can now go back to the dimension tool and finish constraining the sketch. I'll start by setting a horizontal value for the point we just corrected and give 15 meters.
Sure. Why does this have to be constrained? If it's like this, it'll cut out all the same. It's making a pocket. Is there any, like, reason why it needs to be like that?
Millimeters. Next, for the right end point of the arc, I'll also give it a vertical value of 15 millimeters. A little tip. To see which points are still unconstrained, try moving your sketch around. Here the solver tells me there's 1 degree of freedom left. By trying to drag the points, you can easily identify the one that isn't locked down. In this case, it's the left point of the arc, so we're going to give it a vertical dimension of 9 millimeters relative to the red axis. The only thing left to do now is to close the contour by joining the 2 points on the construction line. To do this, we'll use the line tool, clicking first on the left point and then on the right point. This will completely close our sketch. Great, the sketch is now finished, but it's not in the right place yet. Remember, we want the opening to start 5 mm below the surface. To do this, make sure the sketch is...
Alright. I'm as confused as you are. I thought you were like a CAD guy. What are you talking about? You're supposed to know what's going on. Alright. Redundant constraints? Oh, there it did. Under constraint, 2 degrees of freedom. Really? How? Oh, it's this. Alright, hang on. Give me the coincidence. Is this it? Horizontal, vertical. Coincident constraint. That is not coincident with that. Hang on. Are we fucking around? That should be like snap 2. If they're coincident. Am I crazy? Is a tangent collinear constraint? You know, I know a different constraint I can use that'll actually fucking lock this shit in. Make this parallel with this. That didn't do it either? What's wrong with this thing? Why can't it... Is this just why is this unconstrainable now? Is it because this is a construction line? And if that's the case, what the fucking point is a construction line? What the actual fucking point is a construction line if I can't build constraints around it? Literally, what is the fucking point? Is the point of a construction line not that... Oh, now it's coincident. Okay. Oh, okay. Now you're coincident? Okay, sure. Why not? Why the fuck not? You know what? I won't complain. At least you're doing something now. At least you're working. Redundant constraints? Okay. Remove that. 1 degree of freedom.
Speaking of constraining things, I constrained my balls with a rubber band, and they fell off.
Literally, if I yelled at it, it worked. That's fucked. $16 millimeters? Sure. You know what? Now it's fully constrained. Sure. I don't even think I did that right. But you know what? Here, let's see if I can figure out how to do this myself. This, but it needs an offset. 2-sided, maybe? No, that's not it. 1-sided? Alright, they got me on this one. I don't know how to move
Select
it to the middle.
Then go to the Data Properties tab. Under Attachment Offset and then Position, set the Z value to -5 mm. You should see your sketch move accordingly in the viewport.
I'm sorry, I have to go into... Wait, what? I have to go into here? Set... Attachment offset. Why is this... That is a horrible way to do that. There's no way that is the primary... There's no way. There's actually no fucking chance that's the only way to do that. Are you for real? Cancel. Sketch. Attachment offset. Here we go. Position? I see. Oh, I see why we're doing it this way. No, not minus 50. Minus 5. Then pocket. Go down like maybe 15. Oh my gosh.
Now let's create our pocket. With the sketch selected, click on the tool. Our goal is to maintain a 5mm gap from the bottom face, so we won't enter a fixed value.
Yeah.
Instead, set the type to up to face and select the bottom surface. Right now the material is being removed all the way to that face, which isn't what we want. To have the cut stop 5mm above it, set the offset to face to minus 5mm. Now, in the preview, you can see that the operation is perfect.
I see.
With these
That's
settings, the model becomes bulletproof.
I understand.
Even if we change the height of the stem, our pocket will always start 5mm below the top face and end 5mm above the bottom face.
Okay.
We can now click OK to confirm the operation. Believe it or not, we've actually finished the bulk of the modeling work. For the next step, we're going to make this stem look less rigid, giving it a more rounded and refined look. To do that, we'll be using quite a few fillets, as you can see in this quick preview. But before we do that, to keep our file well organized, we're going to rename the 3 pockets to split body, push face and cutout. This really helps you find your way around later if you want to change a value.
Okay.
We'll start with the fillets on the top face. We have a lot of them to select. Instead of holding down Ctrl to select them all before using the tool, we're going to do it the other way around.
This jackass is finally using FreeCAD. Look, man.
We'll launch the fillet tool first and then select the edges one by one. This prevents you from losing your entire selection if you accidentally miss a line. This is definitely my preferred method whenever I have more than 3 edges to select. The hardest part here will be making sure to select all of them without missing any, especially those on the small solid at the front. If I've counted correctly, you should have 15 edges selected. It's a bit of a game of patience, but it's very important not to miss a single one. Once you've selected everybody, go to the task menu and change the radius.
Okay, hang on. I got a lot to select here. See, this is the shit that makes your this is the shit why you use CAD instead of Blender, because doing this in Blender is a whole fucking ordeal. Fuck you! Fuck you, buddy. You wanted to undo one selection? Undo all your shit. Fuck yourself. They just fucking filleted everything. No, cancel. Just fillet tool.
I can still barely believe we bullied you into this.
I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. You massive quote-unquote bullied me into it because I realized that I really didn't want to Blender model the PC case components for the stream next week this evening. And I was looking for literally any excuse to procrastinate it. And you gave me the perfect out to not have to do that.
Radius value to 2mm instead of 1mm. It's going to look much better. Now we're going to add a larger fillet to the bottom edge of the stem. Since there's only one selection this time, we can select the edge first and then launch the fillet tool.
Alright, wait, I already missed what exactly it was.
The radius value to 2mm instead of 1mm. It's going to look much better. Now we're going to add a larger fillet to the bottom edge of the stem. Since there's only one selection this time, we can select the edge first and then launch the fillet tool. In the task menu, we'll set the radius value to 10 millimeters and then confirm the operation. That was just the warm-up. We still have 6 more fillet operations to go. Now let's handle the ones at the back. We're going to select the 2 rear edges and then launch the fillet tool. We'll give them a value of 5 millimeters and then confirm. Now it's time for these 2 center edges to get the same special treatment. Select them and give them a 50 millimeter fillet to get a beautiful smooth curve. Now let's focus.
Wait, what? Which edge?
Edges to get the same special treatment. Select them and give them a 50 millimeter fillet to get a beautiful smooth curve.
Ah, I see. $50?
Sure thing, buddy. Tell yourself whatever you need to help yourself sleep at night.
Now let's focus on the cutout. Select the 2 internal vertical edges and apply a fillet with a radius of 1.5 millimeters. We're going to do the same for the horizontal edges. But here, as you can see, the fillet needs to be applied to several connected edges. You only need to select one single edge, not the whole chain. FreeCAD can automatically detect the entire path, so just select one edge at the top and one at the bottom and give them a 1 millimeter fillet. Just one last fillet to create, I promise, and you won't hear me.
What the fuck is this? What the fuck was that? Oh, nice. It did the entire edge. I see.
Mention fillets for the rest of this tutorial. We're going to select one edge of the contour and give it a 0.5 millimeter fillet to smooth everything out. I don't know if you agree, but this tool really has a magical touch. It can turn a plain, straight, boring shape into something truly interesting and professional, and that's just in a few clicks.
That's true.
Anyway, we're going to rename all these operations in the tree view to stay organized. I'm just going to add their location to the name, like top, bottom, back, middle, cutout vertical, cutout horizontal, and cutout contour.
I'm not renaming.
But of course, you can leave
shit.
them as they are if you're feeling lazy. Right now, the front part is just floating in mid-air, like a helium balloon. We need to create some holes so we can insert some bolts. To do that, we're going to create a sketch for their placement. Rotate the part, select the front face and click on the sketch tool. We want our holes to be perfectly centered on the part. To achieve this, we're first going to use the external projection tool and then select the top and bottom edges. Next, we need to convert these projected lines into construction lines to avoid any issues later on. To find the center of the face, which will allow us to set our dimensions, we could use several techniques. Personally, I like to draw a line that starts from the midpoint of one edge and joins the midpoint of the other. Then I'll just convert this line into a construction line as well. Next, using the point tool, I'm going to create 2 points that will mark the locations for my drill holes. The goal here is to snap them correctly onto the construction line so they stay perfectly centered. I'm then going to create a 3rd point in the middle of the line, keeping a close eye out for the symmetry constraint symbol before clicking. This guarantees that the point will be perfectly centered on the line. Next, using...
Alright. I was trying to keep up in real time, but like, this guy's going fast as fuck. When you have it in your head, it's a little easier, I'm sure.
The dimension tool, I'm going to set a distance between the center point and the top point of 60.
This is the guy I learned FreeCAD from. I like this guy.
I'm learning FreeCAD from him right now, so... Show red? What do you mean, show red? Can slab even die in Minecraft anymore? Yes, I can. Though I was thinking about it earlier today. Maybe I should take a break from Minecraft for a bit.
Hey Slab,
or
I
like...
went to Total Wine today looking for any of the rums you suggested and was only able to find Smith and Cross.
Oh!
What's the best way to have this? Neat? Rocks?
Over ice.
Don't have any mixes
on the
today.
rocks is fine. Honestly, either way.
Oui, reverse
but it's very good. It's
It's
very good with as like an ingredient in mixed drinks.
Proquet gasket un peu non manifold vertex. Oui, I've total draft angle collision. The step filizner completely cross-shaded. Buts rendez books.
I use Tinkercad because it's free on my school account. Yeah, I don't get that kind of deal. Manly Cheese, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you, thank you. Alright, hang on.
15 millimeters and a distance of 15 millimeters for the bottom point. Keep in mind that my hole tool will use these points to create the drillings, and I want to have 2 holes on my solid. My sketch is now fully constrained, so we can go ahead and exit.
I think he's just having it be points then. He wants what? 1 point? Oh my gosh, dude.
Tree constraint symbol before clicking. This guarantees that the point will be perfectly centered on the line. Next, using the dimension tool, I'm going to set a distance between the center point and the top point of 16 millimeters and a distance of 15 millimeters for the bottom point. Keep in mind that my hole tool will use this...
Shut the fuck up! Let's place that there. Dude, why is it not placing the point? Is this not place point? Place point creates a point. That's fine there. Okay. I just couldn't click the center of the line for whatever reason, but I can click this and then go 16. What the actual fucking shit was that? Bring me back around, homeboy. Dude, I can't enter the constraint? Dimensional constraint. Not allowed to edit the datum because the sketch contains conflicting constraints. Oh, I don't fucking know. I actually just do not fucking know. Over constrained. Remove all of them. I don't give a singular fuck. Yeah, delete them. I didn't even know all of those were there. Now, let me add this one. Oh, I can actually enter it. Bless up. And then what to the bottom? 19 is that?
To create the drillings.
15. 15 to the bottom. What is the... Like, is it not wide enough to accommodate both these constraints? Why is he having me do 2 constraints that it can't accommodate? How many fucking points are here? Oh my gosh, that was all of them. Okay. Hang on. $16?
And I want to have 2 holes on my solid.
Hang on a second.
Hello Slab, how was the rest of the morning stream after I left? Also, for anyone that was there, I feel genuine remorse for what I have done. I am sorry. You are entitled to financial compensation.
Wait, for what? The amount of Fed posting going on in the YouTube chat right now is unreal. Y'all are crazy out there, man. You're not supposed to be saying what guns you own on the internet. They're gonna find that and be like, oh, you say you lost them in a fucking boating accident? Well, here in the UO's Lab Twitch YouTube chat, you said that you had a shotgun 3 months ago. They're gonna get your ass, man. Don't give the glowies an inch. What is Fed posting going, look at all these guns I have. Streamer, can you make us a bomb? Can you show us how to make a bomb? Oh, I just posted the how to make improvised munitions in the Discord. That's Fed posting. Posting like you are a federal agent trying to entrap others. That is Fed posting. The funny thing is every place where I have no Fed posting written as a rule, the sentence after it is a description of what that means. And every time, people keep asking me what it means because they don't read the sentence after it.
I'm the 67 guy.
Yeah, I know you're the
The dude
6'7"
who
guy.
asked for you to play that song. Almost got crucified.
I think it's funny that you think you almost got crucified for asking me to play the 6'7" song and not the fact that you were ultra giga mega insistent on it. So I was like, all right, guys, this better be the funniest shit in the world, cause you're bringing it up as often as possible. You really, really want it, so it better be funny as fuck.
I heard the beeping and I need to
better
be
be the
reloaded.
funniest
Got
shit
so
I've
much to
ever
say to
heard.
get you worried and angry. YouTube is all undercover feds trying to get us on bullshit.
And I'll be real, something called the 6'7" song. I cannot fathom a universe where that is actually that funny. That said, you giving the background that it was a guy who made it sincerely did add a little more humor than I thought there was gonna be to it. It was a net after finding out it was not AI. I feel like it was funnier. I feel like it was funnier knowing that it's by a guy who genuinely was trying to... That wasn't making like a song for children and wasn't doing like AI slop, but by a guy who just genuinely made it. Oi, oi. Please use this receipt to wipe after stream. Thank you, Dr. Sanchez. I appreciate you. I was running out of TP. FreeCAD, I haven't kept up if they fixed the UI. Chad has been bullying me about using Blender for this for so long that I got FreeCAD because they said that they fixed the UI. And you know, I was ready to say that no, they haven't, and they've bamboozled me. But actually, yeah, they have fixed the UI. It's not nearly as bad as it used to be. It used to be bad, bad. It used to be real, like, unusable. This is much more similar to Fusion than the old one was. Looks worse than Fusion. It's usable, though. Yeah, basically.
My sketch is now fully constrained, so we can go ahead and exit.
Under constraint.
In the task menu.
Under constraint, 3 degrees of freedom.
Can you use old receipts to make new paper? I'd what you'd do with the paper, but it'd be a something idea.
1 degrees of freedom? What degree? Oh, wait. This isn't coincident to this? There we go. Fully constrained. Alright.
You know that the chatter you called Dr. Sanchez is actually named Dirty Sanchez, right?
They literally, it's Dr. Sanchez. What are you fucking talking about? DRT Sanchez. Oh, Dirty Sanchez. Yeah, that makes a little more sense. Can't read the letter? I'm reading a lot of usernames. Some people get really fucking uppity when I misread a username. I'm reading a lot of fucking names. I'm not gonna stop and articulate over every single one, making sure it's correct. Hence why a lot of them end up being incorrect.
You on the right,
Dude, we gotta
click
make
on
it through
hole.
this tutorial.
As you can see, it's creating 3 holes instead of the 2 I wanted. I actually forgot to convert the center point I used for positioning into a construction point, so from tool I'm going to set a distance between the center point and the top point of 16 millimeters and a distance of 15 millimeters for the bottom point. Keep in mind that my hole tool will use these points to create the drilling.
Okay. I think I actually did this sketch wrong then, because I'm pretty sure for me, this top point is not... There we go.
Chat, I swear I'm literate, okay? I swear I'm fully capable of reading. That's why we have Dr. Sanchez and RPUN.
I do not say RPUN. I say RPUN. Which is the name. It's his name. I used to call him RP Rurin, which is completely wrong. And yeah, that's how it works. If I read your name a lot, I'm gonna probably pronounce it better. I say that, but King Kavosha was pronounced completely incorrect for like a year, so I don't know, man. Say I'm proud of you, Gamer Unit 75. I'm not saying that. Toxic Ashes? No, I call you Toxic Cubed, which is not your username either. It's Tox Cubed.
And I want to have 2 holes on my solid.
Bro wants 2
My
holes.
sketch is now fully constrained, so we can go ahead and exit.
Oh yeah, I did pronounce Florigato as Florida Gator for like a while. I forgot about that one. That's probably the most wrong. I didn't know Florigato was a Pokemon, okay?
In the task menu on the right, click on hole. As you can see, it's creating 3 holes instead of the 2 I wanted. I actually forgot to convert the center point I used for positioning into a construction point, so FreeCAD is placing a hole there too. No worries though, let's jump back into our sketch. Select the center point and convert it into construction geometry.
No.
And now when we launch the hole tool again, we only have the 2 holes we're actually interested in. Right now it's just a simple straight hole, but we want the bolt heads to be hidden inside the stem's front cap.
Hang on. Cancel. Like... There. Oh, okay, there we go. Convert that to construction. Close. There we go.
To do that, we need to create what we call counter bore holes. We can change this setting in the head type tab and set it to counter bore. We're going to use a bolt with a 13mm head diameter and an 8mm thread diameter. So in the head diameter setting, we'll enter a slightly larger value, something like 13.2mm. For the head height, we'll set it to 8mm, and for the bottom diameter...
Hey, wait. We can actually make this change? Oh. Head type, counter bore. Holy shit, wait, you can do that internally? Do you know how many times I've had to, Alright, see, this is the type of shit that's actually way easier to do in, like, this program than it is in Blender. Because good grief, man.
We'll also set it to 8mm. Now we need to manage the hole length. We can't use
There's
through
only
all
two
here.
holes
It would work
I'm
for the bottom
interested
hole,
in,
but not for the
and
top
they
one.
both belong to your mother.
Doing shit internally is the only way.
What we're going to do instead is increase the value until it just pokes through at the bottom. In this case, 39mm seems to be a good drilling depth. This value also prevents the top hole from going too deep, which allows us to use the exact same bolts for both the top and the bottom. Since everything looks good now, we can confirm the operation by clicking OK. Next, just to keep up those good habits, we're going to rename the operation to hole front. We finally reached the stage everyone was wondering if we'd ever get to. I mean, it's been over 40 minutes and we only have half a stem. We're talking about the mirror tool, of course. Here we're going to mirror the entire body, but keep in mind that you can also mirror individual features. To do this, make sure to select the stem body at the very top of the tree view, then click on the mirror tool. What exactly does the mirror tool do? It creates a mirror image of your part.
I'm getting hungry,
now take
so
your
let's
hands off
hook
your
up the
keyboard.
mobile stream setup and go to McDonald's.
I'm not going to fucking McDonald's. That's it. What is with y'all? Stem? Can I not? Oh, wait, I haven't confirmed this. That's why. Ah, okay. And select the mirror tool.
I left for a while and come back to see y'all bullied him into downloading FreeCAD.
Is there no rest?
So now that he has started learning FreeCAD, should we bully him back into using Blender?
Shut the fuck up.
Mouse or anywhere else I'd rather not know about and lay them flat. Your two hands are symmetrical. In this case, if you apply the operation to your left hand, for example, it would create the right hand. This is incredibly useful for us because it allows us to focus on just one side of the stem and the mirror tool builds the rest for us. By default, FreeCAD creates the mirror across the XY plane, which is completely wrong in our case. We want the mirror to happen along the XZ plane, the same sketch plane we've been using from the start. If you're feeling a bit lost, you can use the gizmo at the bottom. You'll see that the blue Z-axis and the red X-axis form our symmetry plane. Or you can just test all the planes until you get the result you're looking for. So in the plane tab, make sure to set it to base XZ plane and click OK to confirm the creation. Next.
Oh my gosh. There we go. Hey. Mirrored. After a day of bullshit, your stream with comfy weeb elevator music is just what I needed.
This has been absolutely awful. Screw you guys. I'm
Glad
going back
you
to
like
Blender.
it, Jolter, bro. Thank you.
Next, we're going to work on the rear holes to secure the stem onto the fourth steerer tube. To do that, we'll use the same technique we used a few minutes ago. We're going to create a new sketch and select the XZ plane. Just like with our previous sketches, we're going to enable the section view so we can see through the solid. Then we'll place a point at the rear near the top of the stem. If we want to change the real length of the stem and have the hole follow that change, we need to reference our point from the edge of the stem. To do this, we're going to use the external projection tool and project the vertical edge on the left. Next, we'll select it and convert it into construction geometry. Just so you know, if you go into the Sketcher preferences, you can check a box that automatically creates external projections as construction lines.
Oh,
it saves you an extra step every time.
I was wondering.
Next, using the dimension tool, we're going to set a horizontal distance of 7.5 millimeters for the point relative to the edge, followed by a vertical value of 7 millimeters from the red axis.
We're going to Arby's and getting a meat mountain.
Dog, I can't go nowhere because I'm waiting on my new driver's license to come in. I can't drive anywhere. I haven't been able to drive for the last 5 days. So don't get your hopes up. Expired? Worse, I fucking lost it. I don't know where it went. No, I didn't let it expire. I don't know where it is. They don't give you a temporary one? They do if you go to the DMV. I ordered it online. I didn't want to have someone drive me to the DMV. You have a DUI? No, I don't have a fucking DUI. I like misplaced it and I don't know where it is. How have you survived 5 days without going to the store? There's so much food in my house I could survive like 3 months without going to the store. What are you talking about? Ugh. They don't give you a grace period? Dog, how would they? Oh, you're pulled over. Y'all, you don't have a license? Oh, don't worry, bro. I lost mine yesterday. Oh, you're within the grace period then. Like, what's the verifiability on that? What is the actual... How do they verify a grace period on a misplaced ID card? Where's the last place you had it? Where did you use it? Bro paid money to highlight that message. He thought it was so important. Dude, thank you. I didn't think of the last place where I used it. I'd never thought of that, dude. I'm so glad that I have midwits in chat to ask me, because I never even considered that. I definitely didn't spend hours last weekend tearing my house apart looking for it. I definitely didn't retrace every place that I could have possibly been where I would pull an ID out. Yeah, but I never thought to do that. Thank you so much. I really needed someone in chat to say, did you think of the last place you used it? Always an amazing help. Always an amazing help from the Twitch chat. The worst part is, I have no idea how long it was gone. It might have actually been missing for like fucking ever. It could have been gone for, I think the longest that it could have been gone is like 2 weeks before I noticed it. Did you check your house? What's the name on it? I'll look. Paying $2K for that? No, they paid like 30 cents USD. Because it's a message effect. Oh, iOS digital driver's license? Ha! You know what they actually do? You want to know the kicker? They only work on fucking iPhone! Literally, they will not accept a Google Wallet ID. It has to be an Apple Wallet ID. Actual, like, bullshit. And I use a Pixel 9. I don't use an iPhone. It's only on Apple. To the point where I was like... there's no way that that's the only way it can be. But if you try to add your ID on a Google Wallet, it says that Ohio is not a supported state. But on the Ohio ID website, it says that it is supported, and then all the instructions are only how to use it on iPhone. And they say, yeah, you can use it if you have an iPhone. You chose to live in an Apple state? This is why on Wednesday, instead of running errands and getting groceries, I stayed home and made pizza myself and cleaned my house. I couldn't go anywhere. We have digital IDs in California, and some places don't even accept it because they can't scan its barcode. He left it at the metal store? You know what? I thought I left it at Airgas when I picked up the argon tank. And so I called them and asked if anyone had left an ID, and they said no.
So are we getting Arby's or
We're not getting fucking Arby's. I don't know where it went. It must have... It either fell out of my wallet or I used it and did the thing that I do all the time where I'll use like a credit card or my ID or whatever. I'll show it at the, you know, the register or whatever. And then instead of stuffing it in my wallet, I hold it in my hand, just stuff it in my pocket so I can walk out the door. Because they're like, oh, move along. Just so I can get out of the way. And then later I'll get in the car and I'll take it out and put it back in. Or like, you know, when I'm not in the line. And so I'm thinking what happened was I did that, then forgot that it was out, and then pulled my wallet out and flopped the ID out somewhere. I did actually check my car. I checked under the floor mat. I checked in the cracks besides the seats. Dude, I checked everywhere. I looked all day. Did you have it during your trip? No idea. I didn't drive, and I used my passport as my ID because I don't have a real ID.
You know what? I like all of you enough that I think I'm going to chance driving without my license. Instead of going to Arby's or McDonald's, though, we're going to a liquor store.
I'd rather you lose your ID than me have to wait in line a second longer. Just because no one else in this fucking town cares about being efficient or quick about running their errands doesn't mean I'm going to. Does your ID have the corn mask? Yeah, they definitely allowed that at the DMV. Real IDs are free. I don't think the $9 it cost for the ID is what's preventing me from having a real ID. It's the fact that when I renew my license, I just use the online portal and then they mail me a new one. But to get a real ID, I gotta get my birth certificate and all this other shit, go to the BMV, wait in line for 3 hours, and then get the real ID. And even then, they just fucking mail it to you. Like, it's something that totally could be done online, but the government doesn't have the infrastructure. Also, it's funny they call it the BMV and not the DMV. Only in Ohio do they call it that I know of.
You know,
Maybe
I
like
keep
one
that
other state.
MF core mask on at all times.
Why do you say it with a country accent? You need more potassium. You don't eat enough potassium in you. I can recommend Beautiful Gay Men for your potassium deficiency. What does the gay guy give me potassium from? Cum? Where does the potassium come from? Is it stored in the balls? I don't know. Anyway, the reason why I didn't... That's why I said I didn't know how long the thing was gone. It could very well have been gone before I took my trip because I used my passport for ID. The BMV in my city has never taken me more than 35 minutes.
I have come.
How do I say this? Does your BMV have a similar demographic spread to the Cleveland-Akron area? Because if it doesn't, you may not be dealing with the same kind of bureaucratic incompetence that we have to deal with here. What does BMV stand for? The B stands for Bureau instead of Department. Might be somewhere along those bike lanes. Yeah. I worry about that one too. They really do be calling it a bureau in Ohio. I don't know why they do that. For what it's worth, I'm realizing now the last time I had to go to the BMV was when I had my normal job. So I always had to go on the weekends. But now I could go on like Wednesday morning or something. And just, that would probably be a lot less crowded. We got bureaus here in the PA, but it's still the DMV. That stood for big motor vehicle. It's the RMV in Massachusetts. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. You calling this not a normal job? I would call this a very special job. You can decide whether special is the good way or the derogatory way. You have neat-looking driver's licenses in Ohio? Yeah, it's something alright. It's the RMV in Mass, but people say DMV. People say DMV too. Why are you stalling a tutorial? Because I'm talking to chat. Don't worry, I'll get back to it, but I was on a tangent. What do you mind? You don't want to hear me talk? What are you here for? The thrilling tutorial following footage? I guess you want to see whether or not I can successfully pull off this part. It's the MVA in Maryland because DMV refers to... I don't even know what you're talking about. New Jersey has the MVC. I'm heavily interested, unironically. Look, if I can follow it, anyone can.
We can now exit the sketch. At the
Oh wait, hang on. I missed a little bit.
a step every time. Next, using the dimension tool, we're going to set a horizontal distance of 7.5 millimeters.
Alright, so I'm assuming he added a point here. 7.5 millimeters.
For the point relative to the edge, followed by a vertical value of 7 millimeters from the red axis. We can now exit the sketch. At the moment, our point is sitting on the middle plane, which means if we run the whole command, it won't pop out on both sides. To fix this, we need to move the sketch. With the sketch selected, go into the data properties, then attachment offset, then position and set the Z value to 16 millimeters.
16
Now, why are we
millimeters.
changing Z and not Y, for example? It's because we're not using the global model coordinates, but the sketch's own coordinate system. Since the sketch is on the XZ plane, the perpendicular axis is Z for the sketch, not Y. It's a bit of mental gymnastics, but remember, the Z axis for a sketch will always be the perpendicular one, no matter which plane it's on. Anyway, we can clearly see in the viewport that the point has moved to the right spot. We're now ready to launch the whole operation. We're going to keep the same settings as before since we want to use the same type of bolts. So we'll set the head type to counterbore, the head diameter to 13.2 millimeters, the head depth to 8 millimeters, and the diameter to 8 millimeters. For the depth, we could just increase the value until it pierces through the entire stem, but the best practice is to go to depth type and set it to through all. Then we can...
Alright, depth type through all. Hang on. Head depth 8 millimeters. I keep hitting enter after entering my values, and it's fucking me up. Diameter 8 millimeters. This is the launching the hole in the viewport. All right.
Can go ahead and accept the creation. On the
Is there a way
final
to make
part, you can see there are two
counterbore
holes,
on the other
one on
side?
each side, placed at an equal distance from the x-axis. To place the second hole, we're not going to start over by creating a new sketch and a new hole. We're going to do it the smart way, because we're lazy.
Yay.
We'll use a polar array operation. By performing a 180-degree rotation of our existing hole around the x-axis, we'll get the second hole exactly where we want it. To do this, we're going to select the last hole in the tree view and click on the polar pattern tool. By selecting the feature beforehand, it allows you to repeat only that specific feature rather than the entire body. By default, FreeCAD suggests repeating along the sketch's vertical axis, which isn't right for us. You need to go to the Axis tab and select the base x-axis. To help you out, you can see the axis as dashed lines, and red corresponds to the x-axis. You'll see the repetition is now in the correct spot. You can then click OK to confirm the creation. Let's not break our good habits. Let's rename that last hole to hole back to keep our file well organized.
Hole back.
As it stands, our stem is impossible to mount on the fork because there's no central hole. To fix this, we're going to create a new sketch and select the XY plane to start our drawing. Now, why are we choosing the XY plane instead of the top or bottom face? It's because it's much more stable. By basing our sketch on an origin plane, FreeCAD won't have to recalculate which face the sketch belongs to if the geometry changes. It's a much safer way to model. Back in our sketch, we'll start by using the section view tool to see through the model. Then, using the circle tool, we'll draw a circle at the origin and give it a diameter of 28 millimeters. For our stem to be able to clamp onto the fork, we also need to create a cutout that goes through the entire part. To do this, we need to reference the leftmost edge of the stem. We'll use the external projection tool to project that edge. If you haven't enabled the option in the...
Hang on, 28 millimeter from the center. And then...
Sketcher preferences to get projected lines as constructions lines, you'll need to select this projection and convert it into construction geometry. To create the cutout, we're going to use the rectangle tool by placing the first point on the projected line and the second point on the circle. It's absolutely vital that this last point is perfectly coincident with the circle. To make sure the rectangle is perfectly centered, we need to...
Okay, hang on. I see what he wants. Like this? Like this, I think.
Apply a symmetry constraint. To do this, select the top point, then the red axis, then the bottom point, and use the symmetry constraint tool. Next, using the dimension tool, we're going to give it a width of 5 millimeters to ensure there's enough clearance for the clamping. We could exit the sketch now and use the Make Internals option, but we're going to use a different tool to get a single...
Make internals? Why does he call them ditches and holes? Sorry, you gotta stop. If you press Shift Delete, that'll center it too. I feel like that's a troll response, but maybe I'm being a doubter.
Single sketch now and use 5 millimeters to ensure there's enough clearance for the clamping.
Okay, I see.
We could exit the sketch now and use the Make Internals option, but we're going to use a different tool to get a single clean profile. If you zoom in, you can see that the rectangle overlaps the circle, so we need to trim these two paths. To do that, we'll grab the Trim tool and click on both lines. Our lines are cleaned up, but that also deleted a constraint, so our sketch is no longer green. By moving the top point, we can see that the circle and the horizontal line are no longer coincident. To fix this, we'll select the point, then the line, and apply a coincident constraint to make the sketch fully constrained again.
Wait, what? These are not constrained? In what way? Oh, wait. In that way. 2 degrees of freedom. Wait, hang on. Could I coincident that and then coincident that? And then does that make it constrained? 2 degrees of freedom still. Under constrained. What the fuck is the...
We can now create our pocket. Just click on the tool, fully constrain, select the point, then the horizontal sketch is no longer green. Our lines are cleaned up, but that also deleted a constraint, so our sketch is no longer green. By moving the top point, we can see that the circle and the horizontal line are no longer coincident. To fix this, we'll select the point, then the line, and apply a coincident constraint to make the sketch fully constrained again. We can now create our pocket. Just click on the tool. In the task menu, you need to change the mode to symmetric instead of one side, and set the type to through all.
Constrained? Dude, we were under constrained. What are you talking about? What? Why is that over constrained? How is that over constrained? Why does it let me change that? Oh, wait, fuck. Wait, what? These aren't constrained? Wait, what? This is fine, but these aren't? Hang on. Hang on. This can't be... Okay. It still says 2 degrees of freedom. It doesn't like it. It thinks it's under constrained. Welcome to the shitty-ass constraint of an incomplete circle. Good luck.
I've been awake since last night's stream ended. Orbits did not fix my sinuses. I will now dream of red 40 in my receipt paper.
I'm sorry, brother. My condolences. Hang on a second. Bring me... Now what? We pocket? We pocket. Yeah, we pocket.
This ensures the pocket cuts perfectly in both directions. Before we move on, let's rename the pocket to opening forks. Now, we're going to do a little weight reduction to save some weight inside the stem as shown in the photo. It's going to be very simple. We'll create a new sketch and choose the YZ plane. Next, we'll click on the section view tool to see through the part. We're going to draw a circle with a diameter of 18 millimeters right on the origin, and then we'll exit the sketch.
Wait, what? Hang on, he's going fast now.
Now, we're going to do a little weight reduction to save some weight inside the stem as shown in the photo. It's going to be very simple.
Bro, the machining cost, though!
We'll create a new sketch and choose the YZ plane. Next, we'll click on the section view tool to see through the part. We're going to draw a circle with a diameter of 18 millimeters right on the origin, and then we'll exit the sketch.
18 millimeters.
Next, we'll start a pocket operation. Make sure to check the reversed box so the cut goes in the right direction. If we choose the through all option, it will go all the way through, but unfortunately, it will also cut through the two solids at the front, and that's definitely not what we want. Instead, we're going to select up to face and try to pick the interior face, but even then it's not working quite right. So we'll select the front face just below it instead, and there we go. You can see the cut stops exactly where we want it. We can now confirm the operation. Next, we'll go into the tree view and use the F2 key to rename the pocket to opening inside. Our final material removal will be on the top, again to save a bit more weight. We'll select the top face of the stem and create a new sketch.
What do you mean save weight? Dude, you gotta mill all this shit. They'll clearly cast this. There's certainly not going to be a tool that can get up and make that hollow area. This thing was very millable until they added that. They generally prioritize weight savings over cost. That's true. It is a bike
tool and
part.
draw a 36mm diameter circle exactly on the origin, and after that we can exit the sketch. We're going to launch a pocket operation, set the depth...
Wait, hang on. Do another one of these deals. A what, 34mm? Close the sketch, and then
to 3mm, and then confirm the operation. And now for the final modeling step that will really polish everything off. We're going to add a 0.5mm chamfer to the exterior edges. To do this...
that is not correct at all. Hang on. Direction. Hang on. Sketch. Did they attach it to the face? Not the origin face, but like the object face? How did they get it flush with that? Or did they add in offset? Because you could also do attachment offset. I've learned this. That did not change the pocket. You can't mill an internal feature. Dude, when everyone who was like a 3D printing guy, when they started making ever since they've started making CNC mills you can buy at home, all these 3D printer guys keep getting it twisted, man. And it's kind of funny, but also like I feel kind of bad because wait, what? Stem? Stem? Pick you? Why can I not open the... Cancel. There we go. I think this is what we have to do to get this. This is much easier. This is not centered. Hang on. There we go. 34. I just want to make it look like his does. All right, see? Now we can do it. Now we can do a slight pocket of 3mm. There we go. See?
Launch the chamfer tool and set the size to 0.5mm.
Have you seen this Sin Cut Sin video? Is it the guy that made the most complicated part imaginable? Yes. Yeah, I have seen this. He was just like, I'm gonna keep adding complexity until they say they won't make it anymore. And then Sin Cut Sid fucking loved it because they got like a fucking meme about it now that is maybe the best advertising they've ever had. So I think they didn't even charge him for it. I think they just did it for the advertising bit.
The fillet tool, you need to click select before you start picking your edges. We're going to select the main stem contours, the edges of the two front pieces, and the inner edges at the top and bottom of the fork opening. Once you've made your selection, don't hesitate to rotate your part to make sure you haven't missed an edge somewhere. If everything is selected correctly, you can click OK to confirm the operation. And there we go, we've finished modeling this awesome stem. Congratulations if you've made it this far. You can give yourself a high five.
Wait, hang on. I'm fucking chamfering my shit. Oh, I'm filleting my shit right now. Oh, I'm filleting it. Hang on. I do like that it's able to... It's able to go, oh, you wanna fillet this? Yeah, let's take the entire edge. That's very nice. Did he fillet this too? Look, I'm not even a mechanical engineer, okay? I'm just some scrub. But I'm thinking of this from like a manufacturing standpoint. A lot of the manufacturability of this This thing was very millable until, like, the very end. And it's kind of driving me insane that he added the weight reduction hole that makes it impossible to mill now.
Because it means you've mastered the basics of FreeCAD
Yeah,
now.
baby!
To keep things
We
even more
got it!
sparkling, you can rename the last two operations to opening top and chamfer edges. For those who want to go the extra mile and really put the icing on the cake, we're going to add the 4 bolts and create variables to drive the model. In the industry, you often need to offer your product in different sizes, and that's exactly what
Isn't
we'll
this
do.
3 pieces what makes it unmillable? No, not the fact it's 3 pieces. Okay. Well, wait. Hang on, wait. No, you're right. You're actually right. I'm sorry. These are separate pieces, so it actually is millable, because this won't be here. And you can mill straight down here. Oh, I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking, oh, this blocks this hole, so this is just an unmillable void in the middle of it. But no, you're right. These are removable. So it should still be millable.
This final step. But before we do that, let's handle our bolts. We're not going to model them ourselves. We're not cavemen, not anymore. We're civilized people now, even though I'd be pretty happy to see a bunch of cavemen in the comments section. Anyway, for our bolts, we'll need to install a new tool that isn't built directly into FreeCAD. The real cavemen know exactly what I'm talking about. It's the Fastener's workbench. To install it, go to Tools and then Add-on Manager. Next, type Fasteners in the search bar.
What?
In my case, I already have it installed, but you should see an install button, and you'll probably need to restart the software afterward. Then, to access it, go to the Workbench drop-down menu and click on Fasteners.
Hang on. Fastener's Workbench. What a fucking baller plugin. Alright, awesome. Restart later because I need to save my work. No, not there. Alright. Restart ya? Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I've talked mad shit about FreeCAD. It's way closer to Fusion now than it was years ago when I first tried it. Like, I do really feel like I could run with this. I feel like I can actually make parts with this when I need stuff that's like... when I need stuff that's more complex and less, like, artistic. Even then, I don't know, certain things I'd still prefer to use Blender for. Like the crocodile head we made, that needs to be done in Blender. That would be absolute hell to do in FreeCAD.
You'll then see a massive library of fasteners appear. There's something for everyone. It's like being in a Haribo candy shop. What's truly exceptional about this workbench is that you just have to select the edges of our stem where we want...
Hang on.
Bench drop-down menu and click on Fasteners. You'll then see a massive library...
Where is that?
Button, and you'll probably need to restart the software afterward. Then, to access it, go to the Workbench drop-down menu and click on Fasteners.
Ah!
You'll then see a massive library of fasteners appear. There's something for everyone. It's like being in a Haribo candy shop. What's truly exceptional about this workbench is that you just have to select the edges of our stem where we want the bolts and then click on the model we need. In this case, we're looking for the ISO 4762 model. By default, it tries to find the size that fits best, but sometimes it's not perfect, so we have to modify it. In the tree view, we'll select the 6 bolts, and in the data properties, we're going to choose M8 instead of M10. 2 of the bolts are upside down, so we'll select them in the viewport while holding down Control and then check the invert box. That should put them back in the right direction.
Holy shit!
We also need to adjust their length because the default value isn't right.
Hang on, that's awesome.
Select them in the viewport while holding down Control and then check the invert box. That should put them back in the right direction.
Wait,
we also
where's
need
the
to adjust their
box.
Check the invert box.
Oh,
that
okay.
should put them back in the right direction.
Oh.
We also need to adjust their length because the default value isn't right either. Be careful though, as the 4 front bolts are longer than the 2 at the back. We'll select the first 4 bolts and set their length to 30. Then we'll select the 2 rear ones and give them a length of 25. If you have a power...
Hang on. I see. Length. No. What's the, M10? No. Make it, M8? Oh, wait, that's just the label. Wait, shit. Hang on. Did I select something wrong here? Select these. Artistic items are never recommended to be run through a CAD program. When you do car bodies, people recommend Autodesk Maya instead of Inventor because it has a more creative flow. Since FreeCAD has Blender integration, my assumption would be you make the underbody out of CAD, then export to Blender and design the creative stuff. See, if I could do the artistic part and then import it into here and do like the sketches for Fastener stuff on top of it, that would be pretty great. X-top screw. Why is it bigger than what they should be?
Full enough PC, you can generate the threads. To do this, select all the bolts, and in the data properties at the very bottom you will see the thread box. You can check it and it will generate the threads directly. Now we're going to move on to the step that will truly take your model from good enough to pro. We're going to create variables to drive our stem. This is often where you find out if you've modeled your part correctly. To do this, we're going to head back to the part design workbench from the drop-down menu, and we're going to create a folder named Fasteners to organize our bolts. Next, I'm going to try to clear some space in the tree view by collapsing some features to hide the sketches, and I'll pull down the properties view to make everything look more spacious and airy. To drive our model, we're going to use the varset tool. This tool allows us to create variables so we can change the dimensions of our model without having to manually modify the sketches or features every single time.
I saw a FreeCAD workflow a while ago that imported a 3D mesh and then CAD'd on top of it. See, that's what I would prefer to work as. I don't know. I could also... I could also do model the base in CAD so that you can get all your spacing right, then export it to Blender, and then do the, like, fancier shit. It's a bicycle head bracket. Yeah, that's what we're modeling. But we're modeling it to learn FreeCAD, because I've never used this software. So wait, what does he want?
To do this, we'll click on the tool that looks like 2 curly brackets.
Add property.
The variable we're going to create will change the length of the stem. On the market, most stems are available in several lengths to suit every rider. In the window that just popped up, we're going to name the variable size, and in the value field we'll enter 40 millimeters, since that's the base length we use to create our sketch. In the varset data properties on the left, we can now see a new table with the label size and the value 40. Here, the size of the stem is determined by the length between the fork axis and the handlebar position. We define this in Sketch 001, which is located inside the pocket handlebar feature. For now, the variable isn't linked to anything, so if we change its value from 40 to 50, for example, nothing is going to happen. We need to go in and link this value to every single distance that can be connected to it. With the variable set to 40, we are going into some sketches to change dimensions. To do that, double-click on the first sketch inside the first feature. The goal here is to link all the horizontal dimensions we created relative to the vertical green axis, which represents the fork axis. We're only going to change the values on the right, since our handlebar is to the right of that axis.
I'll give it a shot.
I hope you see now why we positioned our rectangle there and referenced all our dimensions from the vertical axis. As you can see, the first value we're going to modify is 66. What we'll do is double-click on it, and then in the window that opens, we'll click on the FX button. This allows us to enter formulas. Since our size variable is set to 40, we need to enter varset size plus 26 mm to get our base value of 66. What happens then is if we change the size variable to 50, for example, the dimension will automatically jump to 76 without us having to go back into the sketch to change it.
This is ridiculous.
Make sure to add MM at the end, otherwise you'll get an error.
Oh my gosh.
Also double check that the resulting value is exactly 66 mm.
Yeah, it is.
After making this change, you should see the dimension with the label FX next to it, meaning that this value is now driven by a formula. Generally, when you want your file to be driven by variables, you create them at the beginning and build your model around them. However, since this is a tutorial for absolute beginners, I didn't want to overload you right from the start. For this tutorial, using variables is really just a bonus, a pro tip to show you what's possible. For our variable to work, we still need to adjust 3 more sketches. We're going to double-click on sketch 001 to edit it, then double-click on the 40 mm dimension. In the new window, we'll click on the FX icon and assign it the value varset size, then confirm and close the sketch.
Alright, I see.
Next, we're going to go into the Pocket Main Shape feature and edit sketch 002 by double-clicking on it. In this one, we have 2 values to change, 23 and 28, because these are the only ones dimensioned to the right of the green axis. For the top one, our goal is to get 23, so we need to give it a value of varset size minus 17 mm, which results in exactly 23.
This is too much,
For the bottom
man.
one, it's the same logic.
Yeah, having the full pair. Oh my gosh. I understand setting this up as you model it, having to go back in and formulate this shit out fucking sucks. Oh my gosh, no. Throw Excel up in this bitch. This is too much. I understand. You can write formulas like it's Excel. That's all I needed. We did it. Oh, the connections. I forgot this is just Chrome. I called it Tiny Chrome. Here, hang on. Guys, we did it. Did you ever do FIRST Robotics? No, the school I grew up near did not have enough money to have a FIRST Robotics team. But I did a lot of electronics projects when I was in high school. So I did learn a lot about that stuff. I did a lot of competitive robotics later when I was in college and then a little bit after. But it was different. It wasn't FIRST. This is where high school me was whining, when am I ever going to use this meets reality? Dude, you learned CAD in high school? I fucking wish I learned all this shit on my own. Completed the 1-hour tutorial in 3 hours. First of all, it's not a 1-hour tutorial. It's a 1-hour-long video that happens to be a tutorial. That's very different. Because it's a lot easier to go through and fly through everything when you know what you're making than when you're having to follow along. I had a BattleBots extracurricular in high school. I know, because I volunteered when I was in college. I volunteered at a nearby high school to help them with their FIRST Robotics team. And I was like, damn, y'all got some pretty cool robot setups here, man. You went to high school. I went to school high. We are not the same. Learned CAD tonight on the UO's Lab Twitch channel. Hey, we both got a win out of this. I got 2 wins, because I got to learn CAD and I got to procrastinate my project further. But certain parts of it are definitely gonna be better to make in this than to wing on my own. Mainly the motherboard backplane. That's the big one. That's the big one that I need to 3D print. Because I can make the case out of metal. And, you know, the outer case. But I cannot be I cannot be making the part where you mount the boards up out of metal. This is eventually, this is originally going to be us modeling a PC case, by the way. For anyone unaware. I learned welding and then never welded anything ever again. I also learned welding and then only, like, in the last couple weeks started doing stuff with it again. It's because I didn't have a welder set up. I decided to commandeer the, welder my friend left in the garage. Alright. I'd say this is a pretty good, chill stream. We got a lot of, I haven't gone through any of the receipts though, so let me go through these here in a second. Alright. Learned Fusion 360 and Blender on my own. SolidWorks in high school to community college. CAD in high school on my own, and then CADia. See,
well,
I don't know what
hardly know.
CADia is. I'm gonna be real. Where's our little hamster? Here he is. The TPU is, that's gonna be good for this build. I didn't realize how firm it is. Because I was like, oh, TPU, that'll be soft. But no, that's really firm. That's actually gonna be really good. That's gonna be good to have like a wide infill or a sparse infill on, because it actually is able to be crushed. Welder and now CAD. I'm trying to expand my skill sets so I can make better stuff. And just make more things. Like being able to weld, unironically, that opens up so much for stream. And I don't know, I really want to be able to do stuff with it. Move the whiskey gun off of here. Can't wait for the KiCad stream. I am a dip trace user. I don't use KiCad. I don't like KiCad. I have used dip trace for years and years and years. I probably need to upgrade my license to it, but I did buy one for personal use. It's way better. I know KiCad is free, and that's awesome, but like, dip trace makes it worth the money. Dick trace? No, dip trace. It has a free version too, but it's limited as to how much you can do with it. Not a lot. Not limited that much. Like most hobby projects you could do with it. But I wanted to do some more complicated stuff back when I was prototyping my amp, and so I have I have an upgraded version. I lied. I never went to bed. Alright, hang on. Let's go through our resubs and bit donos. Let's see what we got here. Shamu, thank you for the bits. Rosie QT, thank you for the fresh T1. Shamu, thank you for the bits. Shamu, thank you for the bits. Lemon King, thank you. Shamu, thank you for the 200, 400 bits. Frank Ned, thank you for the bits. Shamu, thank you for the 100 bits. Frank Ned, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate you, appreciate you. Here, hang on. Let's go backwards so that the more recent ones are on here. Newman, thank you for the 200 bits. Geek Power, thank you for the 100 bits. Now, I've read most of the messages during stream, but I bet there's a couple YouTube ones that I missed, so I'm just trying to sniff those out. Frank Nat, thank you for the 200 bits. Shamu, thank you for the 200 bits. Let's see here. JRC, thank you for the 200 bits. Treehouse, thank you for the bits. Nocturnal, thank you for the bits. Newman, thank you so much. JRC, thank you, thank you. Clone Marine, thank you for the $2. Did you check the skid plate? Oh, for the license? Shut up! JRC, thank you for the 100 bits. Nightwolf, thank you for the bits. JRC, thank you for the 200 bits. Manly Cheese, thank you for the bits. Promethean Creed, thank you for the 500 bits. JRC, thank you. Viralisk, thank you for the $2. Least patronizing way possible. I'm proud of you. Aw, thanks. Also, thank you for the $2 again. The one guy shilling Maya is an Autodesk Fed. Don't worry. Autodesk, I fucking hate Autodesk as a company just due to how predatory their licenses are. I will not be using their shit. Shamu, thank you for the 200 bits, 300 bits, 500 bits. Hang on, wait. 700 bits. Thank you, thank you. Mostly Lurk, thank you for the 100 bits. 005, thank you for the 200. Luxy Leather Hat, thank you for the 5 months of T1. I appreciate that. Jimmy, thank you for the bits. Shamu, thank you for the bits. Sassy Cat, thank you for the $5. I'm staying with my mom for the night. Oi. I hope you have a good night, brother. And thank you so much for stopping by. Banui, thank you for the 200 bits. Thank you, thank you. Anon, thank you for the gift sub to Dr. House Lupus. I exclusively went back and decided to learn FreeCAD to shill it here and in the Discord because it doesn't dox you like Fusion and Inventor. Yeah, that was the main problem, is I had like the free version of Inventor, but it literally just puts your first name, last name in the top corner. Dalek, thank you for the 200 bits. Dylan Shillen, thank you for the 5 Canadians. Should I try to catch a fish? Wait, what? Should I actually try to catch a fish with my birthday money? I didn't catch fuck all. How much does it cost to catch a fish? If you already got the rod and line, like, you can kind of just go. Lyra Asta, thank you for the 200 bits. Thank you, thank you. Frank Ned, thank you for the 100, 200 bits. Oxyslab, thank you for the bits. Frank Ned, thank you. Shamu, thank you for the 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800 bits. Thank you, dude. Laserface, thank you for the 4 months of Prime. Appreciate ya. Chris B. Blacksmith, thank you for the $2. Eric Colster requests a hamster be sent to him. No such thing will occur. But I will put... Where'd my fuck-ass hamster go? I will put this god-awful hamster model on the Discord. So if you have a 3D printer, you can download it and print it yourself if you so desire. Shamu, thank you for the 200 bits. Fapuda, thank you for the bits. Shamu, thank you for the 200, 400 bits. Dalek, thank you for the bits. Appreciate you. Shamu, thank you for the 200, 400, 600, 800 bits. Appreciate you. You should make a real fishing pole and take us fishing. That would not even be hard. Would it be... Okay, hang on. Is that a unique... Because I kind of want to do a fishing stream while the weather is good for it. Is it a good... Is it a good gimmick to make a fishing pole and then go fishing? It's not hard to make a fishing pole. Where's the Discord? Here, hang on. Twitch chat gets mad when I do this, but you guys are stream viewers, so you'll be fine. Gotta make your bait too. Wonder how much of a fishing setup you can 3D print, or just like manufacture. Maybe not printing, but like print some of it, but like, you know, make. All the good fishing rods are made out of like graphite or something? I can't... Not graphite, that would snap. It's not carbon fiber either. It's some kind of shit. It would be wild if you could just make one with enough, like, time and energy at home. Frozen bait? Bro, you don't understand. It's a cannon. It launches a fish. That's how you go fishing. Okay, how do you reel it in? Bro, you don't get it. It launches the fish. Jamu, thank you for the 200, 400, 600 bits. Thank you, thank you. Fapuda, thank you for the 100 bits. TT Toma, thank you for the 200 bits. Appreciate you. Fapuda, thank you for the 100 bits. Dalek, thank you for the bits. Shamu, thank you, thank you. Thank you again. Banui, thank you for the 200 bits. Silent Talking, Thank you for the 200. Nazim Athan, thank you for the 2 months of T1. Shamu, thank you for the 200, 400, 600, 800, 1,000 bits. Thank you, thank you. They're made out of carbon fiber and fiberglass. Bro made the gimmick pole where he had to shoot the bait, but it sucked. You could do it better. Dude, I remember having the one that, like, shoots a bait in a little ball, like a cannon. When I was a kid, that was, like, a big thing. It really sucked, but allegedly you could catch fish on it. Because you can catch fish using, like, a stick with a string and a worm on a hook. And that's it. Don't let big fishing tell you need to gear out to get anything. You can literally fish with fucking nothing. Aye. Dialect, thank you for the bits. Lyastra, thank you for the bits. Dark Wraith Wides, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. JRC, thank you for the 200 bits. Caitlin, thank you for the bits. Shamu, thank you for the bits. Dalek, thank you for the bits. Shamu, thank you for the 200 bits. Banui, thank you for the 200 bits. Penguin Nips, thank you for the bits. Rylitha, thank you for the bits. Shamu, thank you. Penguin Nips, thank you. King Kavosha, thank you. Silent Talking, thank you. Dalek, thank you. Shamu, thank you. Manly Cheese, appreciate ya. Shamu, appreciate. Dalek, appreciate. Shamu, thank you. Rylitha, thank you. Shamu, thank you. Dude, we got a lot of receipts here. Noob Rocks, thank you for the 5 months of Prime. Appreciate you. Nerve Dance, thank you for the 2 months. Papa Slabber, thank you for the 200 bits. Shamu, thank you for the 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800 bits. Appreciate you. Papa Slabber, thank you for the 300 bits. Jimmy, thank you for the 200 bits. Dionville, thank you for the 100 bits. Dirty Sanchez, thank you for the $2. Oh, wait, this is the one that he said keep his toilet paper? Yeah, let me save that real fast. Gonna get ass cancer from the ink chemicals in this shit when I wipe with that. That Mr. Clothesland, thank you for the 2 months of T1. Dion Bell, thank you for the bits. Is Kismet, thank you for the bits. Shamu, thank you for the bits. Nio Lai, thank you for the $2. Please consume this receipt to raise testosterone. I'm not gonna do that. Alpha on Night Court, thank you for the $10. Teach us how to make an atomic and then some emote. I can't imagine what that emote would be. Maybe a bomb, since the word bomb gets your message blocked on YouTube. I wonder what it could be. You didn't read my message? Is Kismet? Hang on. Hang on. Can you use... Dude, it read out on the TTS. Come on, man. Can you use old receipts to make new paper? I don't know what you do with the paper, but it would be some kind of idea. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know, like, what's in this paper. Could you recycle this into something? Using a bunch of old receipts to, like, make a giant sword or something out of paper would also be, like, a cool idea. Florida man makes underwater Glock to hunt lionfish. They would do that. Alright, hang on. Dalek, thank you for the 200 bits. Oxyslab, thank you for that T3 for 23 months. Yet again. Holy shit. Thank you for supporting me for so long, dude. Shamu, thank ya. Banui, thank ya. Bipolar Express, appreciate ya. Shamu, thank ya. Kalen for real, thank you for the gift sub. Shamu, appreciate it. Penguin Nips, thank ya. Shamu, thank ya. JRC, thank ya. Shamu, thank ya. Most of these have already read out of the TTS, which is why I'm not reading the message. Shamu, appreciate it for the 400, 600. Dalek, thank you for the 200. T-Toma, thank you for the 169. Dalek, thank you for the 200. Shamu, thank you for the 200. Dalek, thank you for the 200. Crispy Blacksmith, thank you for the $2. His badonk needs less volume. This has to be when I was modeling this guy, right? Shamu, thank you for the bits. 400 bits. Unmanly Cheese, thank you for the gift sub. Oxyslab, thank you for the 200 bits. Pyramid Headcraft, thank you for the 100 bits. Shamu, thank you. MacD, thank you for the 35 months. I think I missed this one. Appreciate you, dude. You've been around a long-ass time. Frank Nedger, buddy, thank you for the bits. Shamu, thank you for the 100, 200 bits. 400 bits. 600 bits. 800. 1,000. Hang on. 1,200? 1,400? Aye, aye, aye. Thank you, thank you. And hang on. Jolter, bro, thank you for the $5. Glad you appreciate the stream, man. I read that one when it came in, but I do appreciate you. Newman, thank you for the 200. Should we bully him back into using Blender? Don't do it, bro. Rod Slab Hard, thank you for that. Thank you for the T3 for 12 months. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. JRC, thank you for the bits. Oxy Slab, thank you for the bits. Crispy Blacksmith, thank you for the $2. Oh, hang on. I did say what he asked already. Ryan Colgate, thank you for the 245. Appreciate ya. Shamu, appreciate it. Pickhead, thank you for the bits. 200 bits, appreciate it. Shamu, thank you for the bits. 400 bits. King Kavosha, thank you for the 500 bits. Diceko Twitch, thank you for the Prime sub. Dalek, thank you for that 200 bits. Shamu, thank you for the 200 bits. Jimmy, thank you for the 200. Shamu, thank you for the 200. Jimmy, thank you for the 200. Diane DeVeld, thank you for the fresh T1. Crispy Blacksmith, thank you for the $2. Do a cheese-making stream? I'll consider it. Mandalore Jack, thank you for the 12 months. Shamu, thank you for the bits. Amber Rosen, thank you for the 100 bits. I named my most recent moth after you. He will be eaten by birds within the next 48 hours. Just as I would have had it. And then Shamu, thank you for the 400 bits. And Jimmy, thank you for the 200. I appreciate you. Aye. It was a good educational stream. I followed along with the modeling myself. Oh, hell yeah. Shred the receipts, mix them with resin to make a play button. I already did the play button gimmick when I got 100,000 subs and they sent me one. I made a play button out of lead and I called it making the most toxic YouTube play button. It's one of the worst performing videos on my entire channel, ironically enough. And then I think the very next video after it was cooking a meal using only Temu food, which did insanely well. How's that beer coming along? I am saving that for... Alright, look. Originally it was gonna just be making beer to see if, you know, the kit works or whatever. At this point, it's gonna be making beer and it's gonna be taste testing beer after 1 year of fermenting. Aye, man. Them Temu sausages took a few years off your life. I don't want to spoil a future stream, but perhaps next week will be the shopping stream for it. We're going to be doing another Temu stream, and the tentative idea is it's going to be another spin on the Temu food stream. Because, and I don't want to say that it was because my video got big that they started doing this, but after I made the eating only Temu food video and it started taking off, they started specifically advertising that they would do like frozen meat to your door type of orders. And I'm incredibly intrigued, I'm not gonna lie. They're stealing ideas. Dude, I know, I get Twitter ads for Temu food. And I'm like, dude, we gotta run that back because they stock a lot more food on there now. So we're gonna order a bunch of raw meat off Temu and then try to cook with it. I won't fully reveal the gimmick, but there's a funny little gimmick to it. I think it's gonna be fun. Streamer gets meat worms from Temu Meat. I've been blaming you for that, and I was apparently right. I'm not saying I caused it, and I don't know if I did. But they did start doing it after I was doing mine. So I'm not saying I caused it, but there's gotta be something there, man. Did I miss any red? I'm gonna throw out the red after this, by the way. Suspicious timing? Exactly. Also, the fact that people really enjoyed the Temu shed has told me that I can not only get away with attempting to do some more, like, long-form marathon stream type stuff, but also that I think you guys specifically like when I do that occasionally. So I've got some other ideas in the pocket for long marathon type streams. Oi, oi. Learn to tattoo with the shittiest Temu ink gun you can find? Dude, I already... Didn't you fail the camping one? What do you mean fail it? I gotta run back Temu camping. I think we could do it better now. Back then, we did as damn well good as we could, but I think now we could do even better. Where we actually do like a 48-hour stream, or like a 24-hour stream, where we go out and stay the whole night. Their advertising through you works. I've bought things through because your videos send me down a Temu rabbit hole. You better be using my referral code, brother. It gives you a discount, and then they go, hey, somebody bought something because they saw it on this guy's stream. Let's give him another sponsor. I think the marathon streams are fun, and I have a lot of ideas for them. And some of them are ideas I've had for years that I've just never been able to do or didn't think would work. But now, we can get that shit going. The boneless couch is the best thing from the Temu shed. Dead ass, that one is worth it. Referral code Utowo. No, the referral code is some like bullshit. The first time they gave me the referral code Uo's Lab, but then they said, oh, like, the way the referral codes work is there needs to be a different one for every video. And they're like, you're the only one that's asked for it to be, like, special. So we're just gonna give you the kind like we do to everyone else. And I was like, okay. And it's like KY35S, whatever. Like, it's just random, like, letters and numbers. 8A, we're gonna find out if I get sick from Temu food in a couple weeks. So that'll be fun. The miracle back curing Temu couch, like a really firm bed. I really like that, actually. I distrust it so much. Realistically, it's just... Realistically, I'm being completely honest with you. It's basically just Amazon, but they have, like... they have, like more advertisements to try to get you to, like, oh, look, there's this deal. Oh, it's gonna end in 5 seconds if you don't click buy right now. Like, it's just got more of that shit, which some would say is a little bit annoying, and I totally get that. But realistically, they are selling the same shit as Amazon. If you're buying stuff on Amazon, it's... Like, I've literally bought things, like, literally when I've gone to the Temu stream, I've gone on, I get the cart, and then I go to check out, because it takes a little while, and then it'll be like, oh, this one thing, like, is sold out. And I'll be like, oh, damn. So then I go and, oh, damn, it's sold out. Oh, it's not going to show up in time. Then I go on Amazon, and it's, like, slightly more expensive, but it gets here in 2 days. But it's the exact same product. It tends to cost a little less than Amazon, but the shipping isn't fast, because with Amazon you're paying for infrastructure. And they occasionally do promo things to try to make you spend more money and, like, download their app and shit. That's the genuine, like, thing. That's my genuine take. Oh, hey, Lunar Buddy, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. I hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys had a good stream. Oi. Hang on, why did that message not print off? On Rando Creations, thank you for the $20. People can imagine images and videos, but doesn't that make people the first AI image generator? I mean, a person isn't AI just by the nature of being human, right? You notice? Why is it not printed? On God, I EMP'd this thing and now it just stops working randomly. Oh! There we go. Wait, how many things were backlogged on this? Oh my gosh. Why are you hairy? Because I'm a man! I ain't no fucking women! I'm a man! Alright. Here. Digitizer, thank you for the 200 bits. Wait. Wait, what? Didn't you post this morning? I had to do a double take to make sure it didn't print it off from this morning. Let's have a moment of silence to remember those lost in the terrorist attack. Alright. Still genuine. Thank you for the gift sub to Daxalog. Thank you. Rando, thank you for that $20. Jeez. Random Internet Dude, thank you for the 10 months of T1. Jolter Bro, thank you for the $2. Make an atomic-powered fishing rod. Did the fish get tumors enough, man? Alright. Promethean Creed, thank you for the 200 bits. Cobb, fly fishing, and long waders. T. Newman, thank you for the 100 bits. Make a cannon that shoots a frozen fish. Unmanly Cheese, thank you for the 100 bits. Dunk the hamster in the red. Hang on, if I could shoot it from across here, go get him. I completely missed. My bad. Blip Zero, thank you for the 100 bits. Have you tried Onshape? I'm not really into the web-based stuff, but I've heard it's actually pretty good. Not opposed to it at all, but me personally, I don't use online tools. Neolai, thank you for the $2. Thank you. And T. Newman, thank you for the 200 bits. How many bits to ignore YouTube? You can't bribe me to ignore people. That was a terrible shot. Yeah. This guy's not a multi-time NPA MVP. They were not putting me on the connections category this morning. Have you done anything with the radioactive items sold on sites like Temu? Forget Temu, man. Even AliExpress cracked down on that. AliExpress and like a lot of those, they do not sell the radioactive like charms and shit they used to. Basically, it got called out. Some people discovered it, and then the US was like, hang on, you can't fucking sell that. So then they've been a lot pickier about it. You've been bribed for plenty of things. I'm sure we could bribe that. You can't bribe me to ignore a whole other chat. I'm too principled for it. Buy a waterproof camera and have it be chat POV, which is just the camera dumped in red. Guys, can I float an idea by you? This is dependent on whether or not one of my friends with land will let me do this on it. Buy a big overground pool and then do a stream where I have to live, I don't know, either 24 hours or 48 hours entirely underwater. I'll have like a dive helmet that has like an air hose with air being pumped into it. But I have to basically be underwater the entire time. For 24 hours. Do you think it could be done? Drowning speedrun? No. Maybe there's like an area under where like you get like a container and then you pump it full of air and then you have air circulation so you can get up under the container and like breathe. It's gonna make you feel like shit. Mr. Beast did this 7 years ago and had to give up because his body temperature dropped too far. It would give hyperthermia. In the summer? In the summer, really. You would be absolutely shriveled. The wrinkliest of wrinkle you can imagine. No, that sounds terrible. You did it in the summer? You're gonna feel like shit, I promise. That's a real old Mr. Beast vid. I thought Mr. Beast had to end... I remember him saying he had to end his water challenge because his idea for breathing underwater was to just bring like an upside down bucket, and he didn't realize that it was gonna fill with CO2. What if you wear a dry suit? Or a wetsuit? Either one. Genius? This was when he was like literally a kid, for what it's worth. That was the first attempt he did that with? Damn. You know what I'm hearing is that no one's been able to do it. Which makes it even more attractive to try to do it. He's stupid. He was literally like 16 when he made that video. It worked in Pirates of the Caribbean. Is it wild that one of the most unrealistic parts of Pirates of the Caribbean is them holding the canoe underwater to walk around? That would not fucking work, dog. The Brazen Bull stream is a better idea. I am not fucking making that, man. No one who has tried it uploaded the footage? Aye. Here, hang on. It was with buckets both times, and he was 21. Like, they were made of lead. I mean, also, like, the water would push the water under it out from how much pressure there is. What's the Brazen Bull stream? There's a, this is like fucking, like, Roman or like Babylonian era or something. They tortured some guy by putting him in a brass bull and then burning the outside of it. And it's like infamous because it was considered like, even at the time, too inhumane to use again. And that was back when they were like doing all sorts of fucked up shit. Not them flipping the whole ship upside down and popping into JV Jones' locker? Yeah, but that's epic. Or the ship getting towed around by crabs? Yeah, but those are magic crabs. You don't understand. You're the exact type of motherfucker to be like, well, I don't see what's so unrealistic about this I don't see what's unrealistic about this guy surviving 10 arrows to the chest when we're in a world that has dragons in it. Like, you're that type of motherfucker. When you're doing magic shit, I expect rules of magic. When you're doing, like, stuff where no magic is involved, I expect it to follow the rules of physics. And it kind of throws me out of it when it doesn't. You know? Come on, man. Which is why if you're watching like a fantasy story, you know, the guy like deflecting like a dragon like shoots a fucking laser out of his mouth, and then the guy uses his silver shield to deflect it, and it reflects off of a thing and then hits him back, and it's like, oh, like that would be like, yeah, no, that's cool, that's allowed. But if the guy like got decapitated and then they like brought him to a mud hut and sewed his head back on, and then he went back into battle, that would be like too much, you know? Last time Yuo was at a D&D collab, he fell asleep in it. Soy, that is the worst stream I've ever been in, ever. That is the worst collab. That collab was so bad, it made me go, maybe I'm not just doing a collab with anyone who asks anymore. That fucking sucked. You have no idea. It was literally, I don't know, the DM is mentally challenged because it was like 10 people. It was a one shot with 10 people. He let the party be split. And then I was literally in the call for 5 hours before eventually leaving. The party split. I was not in the part that got the coin or the dice roll to go first. So we had to wait for the other guys to take their turn. Their turn was to lodge an attack against a fort. The first thing that one of the guys does is use some fuck-ass power to spawn in 30 other fighters. And then every single one of those fuck-ass fighters, he was rolling stats on. Actually, fuck off, dog. Not only were there too many people in the thing to begin with, but then it was managed by an absolute idiot. I hated that so much. I didn't even say I'm leaving. I just fucking left. That was actually, it was, and then afterward, people were like, dude, I'm sorry. This, also, should I mention this was my first exposure to real D&D? Because, like, me and, like, my brother and our friends would play, like, role-playing type shit with dice, but it didn't have rules. I had never been exposed to real D&D or, like, real organized one-shots. This was my first exposure to it. Literally afterward, one of the other guys who was watching, who came over because I said I was playing D&D for the first time, they were like, dude, I really like D&D. I'm begging you to not think this is what it's like. It was a fucking exercise in misery. It was on stream for their stream, not my stream. I left. When I left, it was like, because we started at like 1 in the afternoon. I left at like, I don't know, like 6 in the afternoon, right? I was like, fuck this, I'm out. The next morning at 11 a.m., I'm browsing through Twitch. They're still live playing the one-shot that they told me was like a 5-hour campaign. They had just stayed live all fucking night long playing it. I do not have the constitution for that, man. I don't have that kind of... that, like, I'm not doing that. Also, it's just like a fundamental... It's like 13 hours. Oh, no, it was like 20... It was like 22 hours. It was almost a full 24-hour go. Was it a giant circle jerk? It's also just like... It's also just like... None of them wanted to like... Okay, look. I don't want to talk too much shop on streaming. But when you stream a game, it's different than when you just play it by yourself or just play it with friends. Because, like, you want to try to make it entertaining for the people that you're watching. And me and, like, 2 of my friends in that collab were the only ones doing any attempt to try to make it like a fun stream for the viewers. And try to like, I was like, cause like they were all like getting their stat sheets and everything, and I started like drawing little like MS Paint drawings of like what their characters looked like and giving them the PNGs, and then the other guy was like, you know, farming up some lore. He was like a silly kind of character, and he was like, oh, he's really into fishing, and oh, these are all these fish you can get. Like, they're having fun with the characters. They're trying to do something that's like fun and you know, make an entertaining little show of it. And everyone else was serious and didn't want to do any of that. And they were like, you know, honestly, this isn't. They're like, no, honestly, you know, this is actually, you know, we're trying to play a serious game here. Don't be doing that. They are nice people, and I'm friends with a lot of them. Or I'm friends with several of them, at least. And was then, too. But it's just like, come on, man. It was both, I don't want to lock in for this level and length of game. And also, I don't want to play at min-max. And also, I want to put on an entertaining stream. And I feel like you can really make it entertaining and fun, especially for a little one-shot, when you've got people that are funny and everything there. But, like, so many of them didn't want to. I want to roleplay in a way that's fun. Streaming tabletop needs to be entertaining for the players and the watchers. Yeah, you need to, if you're streaming, you gotta know when to throw the game, even if it would make better. If it would make, you know, if it makes good TV, if it's funny. I wouldn't say don't be like obnoxious. Don't be like, oh, I'm gonna ruin everything for everyone because you're gonna people will laugh at it. But like, you know, you gotta like it's not your first priority is not to min-max and do the most efficient thing. The priority is to try to make it fun. I don't know. I'm not a very serious person, as you can probably tell. So I don't really mesh well with groups of people that like playing games that are really serious about it and really like all the specifics and everything to be dialed in and get pissed off if you're not like that locked in on it. Aye. Why so serious? Sometimes it's about hand-waving the last couple bad guys at the end of a long fight. When they started rolling for each of the 30 soldiers that he spawned in, I was actually like, are we fucking real right now, man? They a dumbass chaotic character? I think you need a straight man for sure. Just from like watching people play stuff like this. You need someone who's like a more straight man, and you can play serious characters, and you can have serious moments, but you also need to make them fun and interesting, you know? Did nobody else bat an eye? Not really. Not really. Well, the other two people I said that were trying to, like, keep the flow going, they gave up eventually. On that, I think like 8 hours. But they were also, I think they were a bit whooped. They didn't expect it to last that long. I think most people didn't expect it to last that long. He wants a straight man, not a fruity man. Have you seen proper LARP? Yeah, people at college would do it. They had foam armor and they go and beat each other up with sticks. It looked kind of cool, not gonna lie. It looked like a bunch of losers hitting each other with sticks. But I would have been one of those losers if I, like, knew someone in the group. Oi. It's 85 Fahrenheit at night and 80% humidity. It's bad. Is Ohio weather good? Yeah, it's like 50 degrees. It's nice and cool here. They were losers, but they look like they were having fun. Exactly. If you're having fun, then that's what's important. Sorry, I'm just yapping now. Oi, oi, oi. You would like Ohio Ren fairs. They're giga huge. There is a really big Ren fair here. I've heard of it. I've heard of it because I have friends that have gone to it. I only have one friend that's into Ren fairs, though. And they like, have their own group they go with. Time to start your PC case. Surprisingly slow for a yap session with 800 people. Ah, that's how it is. Honestly, I appreciate when we're able to chill out a bit. Especially after, I mean, for today, we were just kind of chilling the whole time. If they have a cool trebuchet, I'd show up. It's nice. Yeah, it's not too bad. I was debating whether, because I was originally thinking, oh, I'll do Blender for like 4 hours, and then maybe I'll do a game. Maybe I'll do karaoke, because I haven't done that in a while, or singing or whatever. But I don't know if my voice is good enough for that. I'm kind of fried. My son canceled on me, so now do I go to the Ren Fair alone, or what? What the hell? My local Ren Fair is full of drop shippers and 3D printed slop. This is so sad, bro. More Disney song guessing? How about a karaoke Monday morning before any of the streams and run it for like an hour? You know, that's not a bad idea, because my voice would be more fresh. Even if it's in the morning. Like, after a bit of waking up. In shitification of Ren Fairs. Ren Fairs, I've already heard complaints that it's like, people don't really like agree on what you do at a Ren Fair. So there'll be people in like traditional medieval like Renaissance era stuff. And then there'll also be people that are like that are like in fantasy stuff, and then there's also like furries and like sci-fi people, and it's just like a perpetual convention effectively. Where people just kind of show up and whatever. Now I'm not hating on those people either. It's just like, it's kind of against the theme, isn't it? Pirates? Yeah. Specifically, like, people dress like Jack Sparrow, I've heard is a big thing. The nerd concentrate? I've never been to a Ren Fair, but I have homies that go all the time. I think it's like, I've never been to a Ren Fair, but I have been to MagFest. And I feel like it's like going to MagFest, where everyone's dressed in some degree of nerd attire, and there's like stuff going on, but most people are just using it as an excuse to day drink and hang out with their friends. I miss MagFest. I'm kind of like dialing down from... I get it. I'm kind of dialing down from conventions, though. I went to so many... 2 years ago, I went to like 6 conventions in 1 year. Just because I could get away with it, effectively. Now I'm like, I'm gonna go to Offkai, and I'll probably go to TwitchCon, like maybe. And that's kind of gonna be it. Offkai, because my friends are there. TwitchCon, like, I might even skip TwitchCon. I don't even know. I don't even know, man. Be cool if you went to Open Sauce. I've been through that one before. I went to Open Sauce 2 years ago. Never going again as an exhibitor, but I'd be down to go as like a normal attendee or a guest or something. You have to schedule to be sick every con, bro. If you IRL stream it, it's work. Why would you want to watch me IRL stream TwitchCon? Everyone fucking IRL streams TwitchCon. Literally, it's the most, like, video recorded and broadcast event maybe ever. Every single year. It's a concentration of people with streaming backpacks. They're even renting them out just for anyone who wants to live stream TwitchCon. You animated this table in Blender? I know, right? It looks really real, doesn't it? You can buy a beautiful hand-forged longsword from a reputable forge online for $800, or you could spend $1,200 for a piece of bar stock cut into a sword shape by someone who mocks you for asking about what kind of steel they use at a Ren fair. I don't ever want to go to TwitchCon. TwitchCon seems like the worst of the worst now. It's really not. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Every streamer or YouTuber convention, the average Joe who watches streamers or YouTubers has to think it's like the worst con ever. Oh, it's trash. Oh, it's horrible. No, Twitch streamers are just whiny bitches. They go and they expect to complain before they even get on the plane. And then they get there and then they bitch and complain the entire time. And even if they pulled it off perfectly and they did everything they could to appeal to the most people, someone would be bitching, someone would be complaining, someone would be saying it's the worst it's ever been, someone would be saying it's awful. It's not bad, it's just fine. It's a fine con. And honestly, I think it's not worth going to if you're not a streamer. Or like trying to be. It's still lame. Yeah, no. Don't go unless you're a streamer and unless you have friends that are going too. I had someone offer to pay me to... Wait. To go to MagFest 2 years ago when I mentioned not being able to afford it, and I turned them down because I wasn't that desperate to go, and now I regret it because if I ever meet you, I'm gonna be way more bald than I would have been then. Bro, you're worried about your hairline being worse? Just wear a hat. You could be bald and one eye could be 2 inches to the right. You wouldn't be the most ugly person in MagFest, I can tell you that right now. You hit that bald hard. Yeah, Tox is also hitting that bald hard. That's why he's got to go to MagFest before he loses every last follicle. Is that it gives you ammo to make fun of me? Yeah? You know what? You're not entirely wrong here. It is only building more ammo for me to laugh at you. Whenever you give me shit for something, I can be like, but Mr. Tox, weren't you bald? Then I get your ass. You still get invited to the Pokemon orgy with the one leg and no teeth. Why would the Pokemon orgy have one leg and no teeth? 1 second, I gotta take a piss. on, hang on. I ran up to get a menthol drop. My bad. He's taking a. I'm sorry. He's taking a piss you have to wipe for. Generational brown piss. Long ass piss. Aye, man. Didn't even wash his hands. Didn't watch his hands. He didn't even watch his hands. Bro, making rocks. Bro, kind of piss you gotta chew. Ew. Don't fucking say that. Fuck you. If you have foreskin and it touches the piss, you legit have to wipe. You know what? I didn't know that, and I am worse off now for having known that. You're never gonna live that down now? What did he say? Wait, what did he say? What did Barely Sane say? I have dyslexia, this is bullying. Oh, watch his hands. Yeah, you get a... Fun fact, that song as about a guy fucking a horse. What song? Tub thumping? I don't think it is, man. I don't think it is. Literally, why would it be? Alright, guys. I'm opening a poll. Whichever one we do. Alright. Whichever one we do, I think we're gonna have to... I don't know if we'll be able to multi-stream it to YouTube. What to do? What's to do? Do you guys wanna in-stream? Or do you want to do karaoke? Or do you want to do more hurdles? Specifically the Disney hurdle, but not necessarily, because there are other ones. Take your pick. Well, we'll swing from there. It's a song about rebellion. Chubbawamba is an anarchy band. You know, I believe that. I believe that, but also it's funny saying that they're an anarchy band because it is like such a silly song. Will he gaze upon us? I literally have had the YouTube chat open this whole time. I want to hear Slab sing My Way. I'm definitely going to be picking softer songs, but I could probably do My Way. I'll get out the fucking keyboard. Sing, white boy. Who the fuck just voted to in-stream? Yeah, I guess it's kind of funny having that on the poll, because it's like, if you don't like the other options, you would just leave anyway. So, like, who cares? Tub thumping is about the perseverance of the working class. Sometimes I think maybe it isn't that deep. Maybe it's about, you drink a whiskey drink, you drink a vodka drink, you drink a lager drink, you drink a cider drink. Maybe it's about him drinking a song that reminds him of the good times. Maybe even a song that reminds him of the best times. It would be a good meme. You know what? I'll give credit where it's due. Guys, run, he knows. It's about getting pissed drunk. Yeah, and I think you're supposed to put it on and it repeats because it's supposed to be for when you're getting slammed. Aye, aye. Alright, karaoke 1. YouTube, it has been great having you here on this Chill Friday. I know it's not everyone's jam, but I was glad to have y'all. Because I know a few of y'all are banging. Bless up. But, because either one of these options would have ended in copyright, let's show this message. Misread this as legitimate hate. Since this is gonna get me copyrighted, I gotta end on y'all's end and continue on Twitch. Thank you guys so much for showing up. I'll see y'all next Monday when we're back at it again with more shenanigans. Likely, it'll either be one of the food stream or it'll be building the Apocalypse PC, which I think will be pretty cool. So I'll see y'all then. See ya, YouTube. Have a good rest of your night. Have a great weekend. I hope you guys enjoy it. See ya. See ya. Karaoke. Thank you for the $2, Diolai. It's good watching you. Yeah, I'll see y'all around. See ya, YouTube. Goodbye.